Morning, everyone. Whatever day, November 30th, 9:30 in the morning, and we are here at the District of Sechelt for a Committee of the Whole meeting. And we are fortunate to have budget as our main event. So, anyways, we have an agenda before us. Would like somebody like to move? Okay, and a seconder. All in favor? All in favor, away we go. Okay, so to start off, we have a delegation from the arts, from the arts community, Ross Powell and Diana Robertson. So please come up.
Not used to being first. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council and staff, for having us this morning. On behalf of my co-producer, Ross Powell, and myself, Diana Robertson, who's also co-producer of the Sechelt Arts Festival, and other arts organizations that we are either involved in or members of on the Sunshine Coast and specifically in the District of Sechelt, I would just like to point out some strategic thinking regarding the purpose of requiring an updated arts and cultural hub needs analysis or assessment. We did include something in the agenda, but I will go through it just briefly. It's only a page and a half long. So the purpose of having a needs assessment is that it's an important first step towards envisioning a plan to secure funding for a permanent arts and cultural hub for the District of Sechelt. The facility would include a modern multimedia visual art and cultural gallery, conference facilities, a multi-purpose and rehearsal space expansion, and a larger sustainable performing arts theatre. The District of Sechelt and the South Sunshine Coast are definitely rural, underserved communities in this regard, with among the highest per capita rates of artists in Canada. And it is well known within the local creative industry that year-round reliable indoor arts and cultural space within the District of Sechelt has been lacking for many years. The last study was conducted in 2010 and is by an ad hoc committee and one of several committees that have been struck during the past 2 decades. The 2010 study is out of date for today's needs, necessitating the requirements for a new and progressive sustainable analysis. Considering the growing district and area population, future tourism, new development, and cultural economic opportunities for this region, it is apparent that current spaces for professional multimedia art exhibitions, rehearsal and workshop spaces, conferences, indoor festivals, cultural exhibit facilities, and a professional performance venue are aging, currently inadequate, or non-existent, such as a professional conference and heritage exhibit space. The District of Sechelt's strategic plan goals already state to improve our physical environment with spaces and places that engage the community. 4.3, to support community and cultural activities that promote diversity and community connectedness. 5.1, to articulate Sechelt's identity so residents and businesses are proud of our community on the Sunshine Coast. And 6.2, to engage our community so everyone has the opportunity to contribute in its overall success. Further, the District of Sechelt's Council Policy 1.16 on the importance of arts and culture, though it was from 1998, it still is apparent today. Council is to encourage and support festivals and special events involving arts as a way of celebrating community. And in the most recent Destination BC's Sunshine Coast Destination Development Strategy for tourism on the coast, festivals and events are identified in that plan as helping to attract visitors to the Sunshine Coast and in particular Sechelt. The number of local festivals and events in Sechelt is increasing by an average of two events per year. And with that increase is a demand for improved event infrastructure, equipment, as well as equipment. Also, cultural planning needs to provide adequate year-round facilities, not just summer especially to support events in spring, fall, and winter. It is interesting to note that the town of Gibsons has already begun an envisioning and feasibility study process in 2021 to reimagine some of their cultural assets, their arts building, museum, library, and tourist center buildings. They are aging and inadequate to meet the current and future community needs. Conceptual planning will be presented to the public in December, January. As an art stakeholder and annual contractor of dozens of local community artists, performers, workshop facilitators, and technicians, we do see the addition of a flexible yet comprehensive Sechelt arts and cultural hub as a necessary step towards bringing several coast cultural practices together to serve larger audiences, to support our local arts and heritage, and enhance our community socially and economically. This needs assessment would be conducted by an independent professional and will engender the future procurement of financial support from federal, provincial government infrastructure and cultural spaces grants and potential development partners. Now, further to this, we also just wanted to write down a few of the things that we're currently missing in the District of Sechelt as far as performance, conference, and arts and cultural activities are concerned because of the size and the age of our venues. The South Sunshine Coast needs a modern professional performing arts facility that can seat upwards of 500 to 700 people in a flexible seating capacity. The needs analysis would definitely touch on a lot of these points too. This need has been recognized for over a decade and should now be reviewed in an updated professional assessment. Performance events are direct and spin-off economic generators. Sunshine Coast is missing out on touring dance, theater, and musical theater events because of a lack of appropriate theatrical venue and enough seating. Mid-sized B-Act popular concerts currently bypass Sechelt and go to Powell River or Nanaimo. Current examples are Burton Cummings or the Colin James On the Road Tour. The Dance West Network, BC Dance on Tour, provides subsidized annual dance touring throughout our province for professional dance organizations, but we currently don't have the capacity and are often overlooked in lieu of communities with larger venues. For example, the Evergreen Theatre in Powell River has 700 seats. The Port Theatre in Nanaimo has 800 seats. So at just 250 seats, the Ravens Cry is not big enough and would need a major upgrade in equipment just to meet the standards we would need in this facility in the future and for current needs too. Conferences and bands will require up-to-date interfaces with AV gear. A larger, flexible performance space would enable local and touring presenters to maximize event dollars by presenting a single show in a larger venue rather than 2 or 3 over several days, incurring more rental costs and technical costs. This increased tour costs for many artists to the point where it's often unaffordable and unsustainable. The other thing that we're desperately missing out on are conference and meeting events as an economic generator. The Sechelt area is missing out on mid-sized conference, wedding, and corporate retreat economic opportunities with seating capacity of 200 to 300 people. Larger companies on the coast, currently with over 50 employees plus spouses, often have to go off-coast for annual retreat events because capacity is limited here to often 100 guests or 20 tables. For example, both the Botanical Garden Pavilion and the Blue Ocean Golf Club have a maximum of 90 to 110 event seating capacity. Larger conventions hosted in Vancouver are often looking for 2 or 3 breakout meetings and events near Vancouver. With appropriate facility infrastructure, Sechelt could be targeted as an alternative event and tourism location to Whistler or Vancouver Island. The other possible requirement in this needs analysis would be additional or larger art and cultural exhibit space. This could be part of a plan for flexible space in a hub. A modern, flexible multimedia exhibit visual art space could be the focal point for rotating heritage and cultural exhibits, as well as larger touring visual art programs and events. The current art gallery operates at maximum capacity and has limited technical infrastructure. So those are just 3 what-ifs and current needs that we've identified in the community, as well as others in the industry as well. And I hope that helps to outline strategically why this needs analysis is very, very much top of mind.
Thank you for your presentation. Is there any questions from council? Mayor Stiggers?
Thank you. So needs assessment, as I understand it, is the first step in a process.
It absolutely is. It would allow the District of Sechelt to apply for further funding for infrastructure grants, whether they be at the federal or provincial level.
And feasibility study, I believe, would be next after the needs assessment. And there is some funding available for that.
There can be.
Not 100%, but.
Yeah, exactly. And it's usually a bridge, definitely. You have to start somewhere in order to get to the next step.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor McLean?
What work has been done in the community to promote this idea since 2010? I look at examples like the Gibson's Public Art Gallery and the Gibson's Public Market, which really started with citizens coming together, and then maybe the town came in later. So is there evidence of that over the last 10 years?
Definitely, there's evidence of that, either among different organizations that are here that focus in this particular area, or independent people that have been trying to get something like this off the ground for almost 10 years, I'd say. And we've lived here for 25 years, so we've seen some of these things go through different, different groups, different meetings, different people getting together.
Okay, but has there been stuff beyond just people talking about it? Has there been fundraising or planning?
The only committee that actually put something into an analysis on paper was back in 2010, and that was a committee that was struck by the district council.
Stiggers?
Thank you. I remember taking part in a meeting just before the pandemic, actually.
That's true.
Right?
Yeah. There was a discussion.
Yes, it was over at the Fuse Hub.
Yes.
There were a group of people that got together.
Yes.
And they talked actually about starting to do some fundraising.
That's right.
And then the pandemic hit, so it kind of died.
It did. There was one meeting, which was very encouraging, and it was very positive, of different stakeholders in the community, including SD 46, to discuss this, but it didn't move forward because of the pandemic, basically put on hold. But also the funding idea at the time, that one of the grants that was available was a matching funds type of thing. And trying to match funds with people in the community that are willing to provide donations to something that isn't tangible at that time was very, very difficult. We did reach out to some private donors, but very difficult to raise money for a needs analysis. Once the needs analysis is done, then people are more willing to say, oh, this has actually been looked at and thought out, and there's a professional study that's been done. And then they'll say, okay, I'll give you $10,000 towards that and put it in a trust.
Okay, I think, did you mention something about conceptual drawings or?
No, actually, the town of Gibsons has recognized a similar kind of need, and they have hired a consultant that is doing conceptual drawings for an arts and cultural hub in the town of Gibsons on their land, which is where the library is situated right now, in the museum and the arts building. And their consultant will be providing 3 different directions for conceptual drawings sometime in either the end of December or January. So a similar kind of consultant would benefit the District of Sechelt down the road, providing a similar kind of approach that would then be taken to the public, basically, put on public display for input on direction and that sort of thing down the road.
Mayor Stiggers?
Thank you. I did talk to one of the people who sits on that committee last Thursday to see if it was the same kind of concept that they were looking at as what we were potentially considering here, and it isn't. They're looking at...
It's different.
Yeah, taking the facilities that they have and potentially expanding on...
reworking them.
Yeah, reworking, using them, but not looking at this type of concept.
However, they did do a needs analysis to get this ball rolling, and that was done by the town of Gibsons. It was the starting point for
Wasn't that the library? I thought the library did a needs
The library
assessment.
did, but no, the library did their own needs analysis just for their building, but the same consultant also did a needs analysis for the properties
Okay,
before they got to where they are today.
right, okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions from council? I'm just kind of wondering, do you see this as a regional project, or are you sort of looking at Sechelt as the center?
I think Sechelt has the population and potential for growth population to support this on its own. But because Sechelt is also a central hub in the South Sunshine Coast, from Gibsons up to Pender Harbour, it would definitely serve the region as well, especially from a tourism point of view, or bringing conferences and corporate retreats here and that sort of thing, or larger performance events. But I think the district itself does have the capacity to support something like this itself. I mean, most events on the coast do have a split between different regions, no matter what they are. But Sechelt Arts Festival, for instance, probably 60 to 70% of the people that are tracked are from the Sechelt district. But then there's 30 to 40% that come from the other regions, or from Vancouver, or even other provinces.
Very good. Yeah, you've really got my developer mind going right now.
Oh, you're a developer. Oh.
But anyways, it's awesome. Great. Thank you very much for your presentation. And
you're welcome.
Look forward to hearing how it moves forward.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So do we. Thank you very much.
So, is there any, I guess there's no declarations or conflicts today? No new business? And so we're on to business items, number 5.1. So, Mr. Douglas, would you like to show us where we're going, please?
Yes, thank you. So we're going to start off with a brief 10-minute kind of overview from each department. And we planned that planning development would go first, followed by administration, communications, finance, and then engineering operations. So I'm here, I guess, to introduce Andrew Allen and a 10-minute overview from planning and development. I think he plans to share his screen from upstairs.
Thank you, Director Douglas and Chair Lam. And yes, upstairs at the moment to conduct my presentation, and certainly happy to answer any follow-up questions from here, or I can run down the stairs to the meeting room if preferable. Well, just one moment, please. Oops, looking at the wrong screen. One sec. Okay. Are we still seeing my desktop?
No, we see the presentation.
Okay. Okay, it's hard to say. I've got too many monitors here. Thanks for the patience. So the Planning and Development Division, as Council is aware, contains 3 departments: the Development Services, Building Inspection, and Bylaw Enforcement. And I'll just provide an overview of our division as a whole, and so forth. So to start, it's been a big year in terms of development and housing and the planning of such. I think at this time last year, I let Council know that we would be looking at lots of development applications this year, and that was in fact the case. And the anticipation would be into 2022, we'll start seeing building permits issued and construction commence. And so the list of housing development ranges from small subdivisions, 1-2 lot splits, half a dozen lots. But for this particular presentation, I'll just highlight some of the bigger, more larger projects that we've been looking at, particularly a number in our downtown area, such as a multi-story buildings at Community Services, Green Court, Ebtide. Those ones are all approaching various levels of approval. The TELUS Living on Inlet Avenue, a newer application, but progressing well at this point. And then the Trellis at Silverstone Heights, working through some of the issues there respecting subdivision approval and groundwater management. But we do expect to see progress in all accounts on those files and many other files, existing and new files, as we carry on throughout the remainder of this year and into 2022. In addition to our development, we've been looking at a number of policies and community planning endeavors. We brought forward a road naming policy this year for council, the official community plan consultation policy, the community and amenity and affordable housing policy, as well as continued work on street patio pilot project with a number of businesses, both on our public properties as well as patio extensions on private properties. And that was a fair amount of work in progress and success in 2021. And as well, we were able to make wholesale updates to the building bylaw earlier this year and really work on our process, a review and approval process of the complex multi-unit buildings, moving beyond our traditional review of single-family dwellings and auxiliary buildings and prepping ourselves for these larger buildings that are underway in Sechelt. We've also had some contracts that we've been working with consultants. The short-term rental contract, we're working with Ecoplan International, and as noted, they will be attending Committee of the Whole on December 8th next week for a presentation and workshop. Our zoning bylaw review, we have Urban Systems assisting us in that regard. They have reviewed the draft that we've prepared and provided comments, and it's now with us again to review their comments. So those two projects in particular have taken up a big piece of our time. And at this point last year, our singular focus was the zoning bylaw, and now with the introduction of the short-term rental regulation review, we still have the same amount of our total pie and sharing between those two projects. And we did have a briefer contract earlier in the year from Cameron Chalmers Consulting, and Mr. Chalmers assisted us with the initial review of the Grand Excelsior development application west of Wakefield Road. We've provided the applicants with comments and met with them over the months and have given them an extensive list of comments that they are considering and working on, and remains an active development application. Oh, I see. I have some minor technical issues here. So that was a slide I was just speaking to a moment ago. Apologies, I am reading again on two screens. So I want to go into the budget overview a little bit. Now, these numbers are a comparison after third quarter. We've slightly progressed beyond third quarter, but these are the most firm numbers that we have. And so at this time last year, we projected that for the entire 2021, we would bring in $90,000 in planning fees. By the end of third quarter, we were at $129,409. So well exceeding our projections. And pardon me, then on to building permit. This one's up significantly. Again, we projected that we would have $250,000 revenue in building permit applications, and we are at $427,000. And as a comparison, at the end of third quarter in 2020, we were at $147,000. So significant increase in our revenues. And then also, of course, significant increase in our time spent on these files and demand on our building officials. And adding a chief building official to the complement of staff in 2021 was very timely and very important to our ongoing success. Business licenses are up as well. Again, after third quarter, we exceeded our estimate for the entire year. So of course, there are a number of businesses that apply for a license year after year, which we account for, as well as this is a reflection of new businesses within Sechelt. And even dog licenses, fine revenues are up as well within the building and the bylaw division budget. So I think it's a reflection of our growing community, a reflection of more than just the development activity, but the community itself growing. So while looking ahead to 2022, we are working on finishing the contract for the zoning bylaw 580 review, and it may well extend into the next year. We expect the same to happen for the short-term rental bylaw review that will be expected to continue into 2022. The official community plan has long been in our work plan. So I could see upon completion of the other two tasks, moving into a background report. The census data is coming out this year, so that'll be very informative for us in terms of numbers, demographics of the community and how things are changing. So that'll be very timely. And then providing a background report gives us a premise of what in the current OCP needs to be updated and improved upon, and start launching in towards a fuller review of the OCP, potentially later in 2022 and into 2023. And we continue to search for a successful candidate for the planner position, which we added in our budget in 2021. We are working on that, and we look forward to successful resolution in the near future. So other things that we're looking forward to in 2022, we do have the part-time administrative assistant and casual support for the building. We would like to propose to formalize that to provide a full-time administrative support to building and bylaw division and to support those staff. Also future planning for bylaw enforcement. We do have the two bylaw enforcement officers, one of whom took some time off in the summer to assist in the provincial firefighting endeavor. And that creates a backlog and largely administrative backlog, but when we're missing one of our two bylaw enforcement officers, it's very notable. So we could be looking towards in the future and even into 2023, potential for backfill additional bylaw officer. And I think some of that will need to be clarified as we move through the short-term rental regulations and what that means in terms of weekend support and so forth. And our building division is actively working on integrating the cloud permit for paperless applications, as well as the Bluebeam software. The Bluebeam software will allow them to mark up building plans and convert it into a PDF. So it's better for our customer service, it's better for our efficiency, and it's much better for our records management. So we're pleased to be making great progress there. And that is the end of it for this brief presentation, and would be pleased to answer any council's questions. Thank you.
Any questions at this moment for Director Allen? Mr. Seegers.
Thank you. So future planning for bylaw enforcement. So you indicated potentially one additional bylaw enforcement officer. Is that what you're sort of looking for? Would you be looking for that this year, or would you be looking for that next year? What's the plan?
Well, we do not have a formal request in this year's budget. Our formal request for this year is to solidify and make permanent our administrative assistants within the building division and make some of that opportunity available for bylaw as well. And so if the bylaw officers are doing less administrative work and less filing of documentation, it will allow for more flexibility in their outside of the office work. But I would suggest I'm flagging it for future discussion for potentially even next year's budget to look at as our community continues to grow as our suite of regulations, and in particular, potential expansion of short-term rental regulations continues, we may need additional support there.
Well, on the software that the building officials are looking at using, does that require additional hardware? Bigger monitors, iPads, any of those kinds of things?
Yes, it does require bigger monitors for sure. Whether it's the wall-mounted TVs or we do have a couple of these large, quite lengthy, long curved monitors that you can have multiple windows open at once, and you can use them as touch screens. So we have a couple of those. So it's accounted for, and we've had discussions with Director Douglas and his staff on that.
Yes, through the chair. And we'd budgeted for those bigger monitors at the last time we came to utilize some of the COVID-19 reopening funds. So we bought 2 of those monitors, and we anticipate, at least 1 more.
Councillor McLean.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the outline of contracts that we had within planning in the past year. But in the budget, I note that previously, or 2021 budget was for $206,000, and the actual was $100,000. So is that a matter of the bills haven't come in yet, or is that us not fully reaching our contract budget?
I would certainly say it's a combination of both. Yes, we do have some year-end bills to reconcile yet with both Urban Systems and Ecoplan International. It's also a question of, in particular, the zoning bylaw. It wasn't until September of this year where, frankly, I finally accepted we need some support and some assistance. Had I acknowledged that in March, that number could have been a bit higher. We could have been a little bit further along the line. I continue to remain hopeful that staff can find the time and resources to do our part, but we may need to seek additional help from our consulting services into 2022 to complete that project.
So I guess my question is the $104,000 enough for next year, given that we still have some serious work to finish up on the zoning bylaw, and that work started late?
Right. Well, I would say it would be on the low side, yes, no question, if we want to launch into a background review of the official community plan afterwards.
Yeah, so I guess that's concerning to me because I think that is a priority for this council to get that zoning bylaw done and get a start on the OCP. So just from process to our Director of Finance, do you want a recommendation at this point to review that line and go back to it, or comments now? What would staff like to see?
I'm not so sure we need a vote, but if that's where the committee would like us to go, I can make note if kind of we agree in general on that.
So can you, I know we've got multiple different versions of this package in front of us. You're working from the previous one. Which page are you on? What are you looking at? You look at Division Planning and Development?
Yeah, page 40, Department Development Services.
So I've got page 41. Should that be the same? Start at the top of the Division Planning and Development? No?
Page after that.
Okay, sorry. Next page. My next page is Building Inspection. So the next one is Development Services. So that'd be page 43 in this package. Yeah, okay. Okay. Thank you. Might all have to have the same version at some point. All right, thanks.
Councillor Toth.
Thank you, Chair. So just as a general question, the fact that we've received far more building inspection and planning revenues, where do those funds? Somebody's got their audio on. where do those funds get funneled as surplus? And is there an opportunity for us to use that money to offset, you know, additional contract requirements for 2022?
Yes and no. Some of the overage would go into the equalization reserve, and a portion of it would be accrued over the year end, so that, let's say we get a large project paid today. Well, we haven't even started their work really by the end of December. So that would be accrued and come in to next year, yes.
Any further questions for Director Allen? Okay. I've just got one question, and so you're saying here's our budget, here's our actual, but is that just a 3-quarter year then? Because it was probably cut off in October, or do you go October to October?
So the actuals is year to date, or about 3/4 through the year, yes. I think we stopped it in October, so not quite 3/4.
So there's, so there's a potential that there could be more. There's obviously more work being done, so
Yes.
These numbers will be a little bit bigger than they are. Thank you.
You bet.
And I will add that some of that work that's being done now will move over into 2022 as well. Green Court, for example, reconsidering their submission, and there are some significant fees of projects we're presently working on that will likely arrive in 2022. So there's certainly work being done, and the revenues will be higher than anticipated.
Councillor McLean.
Yeah, just for clarity, I think I want to get a motion going for this issue around the contract services within the development services. So I'd like to move that the Committee of the Whole recommend that I'm just going to go off my template, that the following budget proposal be referred to a subsequent committee meeting with a report for information regarding contract services for development services. Yeah, I think that's.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
No.
Nope.
Question?
Okay. Question.
I'm wondering if you'd want to give staff a little bit of direction, because, you know, this is just saying you want to look at that. What do you want them to come back with in their report? What do you want them to focus on?
So what I'd like to see is a review of the work plan for contract services.
And that's just to ensure that we have sufficient dollars in the budget to cover off what we need to for, okay, perfect, thank you.
Any further discussion on that? Okay, so we've had a motion, we've got a seconded, so all in favor? Thank you. Director Douglas.
Okay, so thank you, Director Allen, and I think we're going to be seeing Lindsay Roberts and Administration Communications next. I believe she's going to share her screen as well.
Yes, thank you, Director Douglas. Through Chair Lamb, I will try and share my screen now.
So while she's getting ready to go, could you tell us what pages in our budget, in our package, we could look at to review what she's going to be talking to us about? Is that in here?
It not intended yet to be into pages. Councillor McLean went to a page and started asking questions about that. So we have questions or comments. Maybe we could direct everybody to the page that you're looking at. Because administration will be there's multiple pages, 30, 29, 28. So all those would play a part in some of the discussion.
Are you able to see my screen yet?
No.
Having Carrie Ann come and assist. Great. Director Douglas, are we on the first page?
So that screen you're showing now isn't the presentation screen. It's the note screen that we see.
How about that?
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Carrie Ann.
Yep.
Okay, and this is 2021 administration in review, and I'm doing it on behalf of CEO Andrew Yates. And yes, so we'll move on to the organizational chart. And so you will see some changes from previous year. We have a new manager of communications starting with us in December. So mayor and council at the top, and then we have Carrie Ann reporting into mayor and council, and Julia Wood is reporting into myself and Andrew Yates. And then the various managers, again, Lindsay Vickers will be our new manager of communications. She's coming from the school district in Victoria, and we'll just start on December 6th. And Siobhan Smith has moved over to HR to be a part of the administration department division still, however, no longer under communications, so that communications role can focus on being a support to management team. And then under corporate officer, we have our records technician and administrative assistant, Jennifer, who you all know very well. Moving on into the communications department of the administration division. Just a brief overview. If you've been following along with our quarterly reports, this will be redundant information. So I will try to speak briefly. The communications department is responsible for the management of all internal and external communications, community engagement, and stakeholder relations, and tourism, connecting with staff to ensure all communication needs are anticipated and initiated. These are just a few of the highlights from this year, some of them from the quarterly report, some of them have been updated. And I will direct any questions to Carrie Ann, who has been stepping in as acting manager of communications for the time of leave, as we had the departure of Julie Rogers in September of 2021. As you'll note, a few exciting things: the Sechelt Airport runway improvement celebration, over 200 people attended. Working with the farmers market to extend into the back parking lot here. Citizen survey was launched. The manager of communications conducted a workshop with the Sunshine Coast Community Forest, and 2 surveys on reclaimed water were launched in September to help gauge public interest. As well, they worked with the Sunshine Coast Tourism to develop a business case for a mobile tourism kiosk and vehicle that could be used to promote tourism while encouraging physical distancing. And looking ahead, I left this page out for communications because Lindsay is coming in with the hopes that we will be developing a new and revitalized plan to support the district through communications. So I will let her speak to that when she arrives. And again, if you have any questions about 2021, Carrie Ann Wilson would be happy to answer more. Corporate services. Corporate services is led by Joanne Frank and is responsible for the corporate and legislative services of the district, including the preparation, preservation, and safekeeping of minutes, bylaws, and records of council and committee business, legal documents, administration of oaths, certifying district documents, and other duties established in the community charter. It's a mandated position that we have a local government, and yeah, we wouldn't be here without it. So corporate services also provides administrative support to the other departments. Some highlights from 2021, certainly the On-Base project has been one of note. And again, much like communications, Joanne Frank is here with us if you have any direct questions for her. And so OnBase is a software that we purchased a few years back, and we are finishing the implementation of it. It was
Hey, Lindsay.
Yeah.
I'm just going to interrupt you real quickly.
Please.
Your sound quality is very poor right now.
Oh, thanks for letting me know.
Is there maybe any chance we can get you downstairs on a different laptop or a microphone or anything like that?
Yes, I can just come downstairs.
Joanne says maybe move the microphone closer.
My laptop is my microphone, so let me see if I can do anything with the volume, and if it doesn't work, I'll pop down.
A little better when you're closer like that.
Yeah, I can. Okay, it's going up to 100. And is that any better?
Why don't you just bring your laptop, come down here?
Okay, see you in a minute.
That'd be great. Thanks.
Oh, it's red. There we go. I'm here. Oh, yeah. Can everyone hear me okay?
Lindsay,
Okay,
we'll just wait for Director.
absolutely. Okay, thank you all for your patience. I will carry on with corporate services. And again, now seeing Joanne Frank here, she can certainly answer any specific questions. And so there were significant policies and bylaws that were adopted. Several leases, agreements, and contracts were completed. And the year-to-date Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act requests, there were 97 formal, 7 informal, and 104 total year-to-date, but that is from Q3 quarterly. And looking ahead, election year, as I'm sure everyone in this room is well aware, and the implementation of OnBase will be an ongoing project for corporate services. And we're looking to add a staff complement to manage and meet initiatives of the strategic plan, as well as implement succession planning for the corporate services department to provide a stable future for the administration department. And so that will look like a request for a deputy corporate officer.
Sorry, could you repeat that last piece?
Oh,
And before you get to that, implementation of OnBase. So I think we know what that is here, but what is that for the community? What is it we're doing?
Right. So it's a records management system, and we're moving all of our paper files into an online system, and I'm sure that somebody else could explain this better than I. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so basically in a nutshell, OnBase is a database that allows us to digitize all our paper records and have them all in this very intelligent database, and then basically destroy paper records, with the exception of, bylaws. I think we'll always keep a signed written copy of bylaws, at least at this point in time in life. But yeah, so we have been working throughout this year to implement the OnBase system across the entire organization. Right now, we're a combination of, some people still use a whole different system for saving our digital files. We are working towards, by the end of this year, basically having the database configured so that it will be able to read every type of document we have, and that will be complete. But what we'll look at doing, at least for the first quarter of 2022, is staff training that will be necessary so that they're all using the OnBase database program, with the view to getting rid of paper completely as we can.
Does that mean that when we are going to be searching for something on our website, when we get our new website, we'll actually be able to find something? We find it really difficult to find documents.
I think that's more going to be addressed with the new web page design that Council, I believe, already approved funds, and I think that project's basically underway, because that really has to do with how you set up your web page and your document directories. But one thing it will do is save on, you see how many FOI requests we get every year. It will make it much easier for the public to access all our documents. There are still many things where we have to go get a physical copy of something from the archives down in the trailer and then scan it. So somebody might want something and they have to wait a week or more just to get one document because it takes us that time. So once everything is digital, it's a matter of just emailing. When we get these requests, it'll be much easier to fill people's requests quicker, and therefore save on staff time as well. The web page, once we've got everything on OnBase, we will be able to have our document file folders mirror what they look like internally. So that will make it easier. But I think a lot of it is, these documents are already on our webpage, but our webpage needs to be redesigned so it's easier, more user-friendly.
Much like OnBase, the redesign of our filing system, we'll be able to access a lot more things. So it won't look like that right on the webpage, but certainly we'll be able to have more documentation available too.
Okay, so then did you want to talk about the staff piece that you just mentioned?
Yeah, I would love to. We are looking to request a deputy corporate officer, and I will bring that forward in my staffing request report. And so this is a part of a succession planning movement that I'm trying to make throughout the organization, where we have people in place internally that have historical knowledge and the knowledge, skills, and abilities to do the work of their supervisor, or can certainly learn from that person so that we don't lose that data, and to meet the demands of the needs that we are asking of those departments. So like all divisions, corporate services is very busy and has a lot on their plate, and could move forward a lot of the commitments that they've made in their strategic plan if they had support. So this position would be a support position with the added benefit of being a succession planning role.
Joanne can't leave.
Not that she's ever going to leave. And that's not necessarily the case for the role either, and I'll speak more to that in the staffing report, but I'm looking for the district to be leaders on the Sunshine Coast for our staff, and that we have a reputation of having staff that are skilled and knowledgeable that we can share with the coast. Human resources. Human resources, we work closely with all departments by providing support, guidance, and recommendations in all areas of HR while adhering to applicable legislation, including WorkSafe, human rights, and the employment standards for BC. And so just a high-level overview is full cycle recruitment, training and OD, occupational health and safety, and performance management. That got small, my apologies. And so in 2021, we have posted 30 jobs to date. And so that looks like all of the new requests that were approved in earlier the year. We were able to successfully hire for all of the new roles, and we also had some people leave and a turnover that we had to fill. So those were union and exempt roles. As well, in the HR department, we acquired an executive assistant, Julia Wood, as well as Siobhan Smith, the arts, culture, and communications coordinator, and is now reporting into HR. Training initiatives. So, for example, some team training within each division. There was departmental training. So, for finance, at the Water Resource Center, HR would sit down and we had training to strengthen team building. Emotional intelligence training was done by a consultant, as well as a difficult conversations training. Staff appreciation event was in person this year. Looked a bit different than a few years ago, but we were able to gather. Wellness initiatives, including pivoting our activities, so all of our winter holiday activities and Halloween, anything that brought our teams together. We just had to be a little bit creative, but we were able to do some in-person things and offer virtual opportunities. Occupational health and safety is a contracted service from ORCA is supporting us, but it's run by HR. So some of that looks like confined space training for the WRC, or they come in to ensure that we have our occupational health and safety annual training, and looked at just some other up-to-date training. So we did fire extinguisher training this year. We are doing first aid training in the coming months. And then classification and compensation is another avenue of human resources. And so we did many reviews to the Joint Job Evaluation Committee, as well as HR updating the job descriptions. Relationship management, so LR, standing for labor relations and dispute resolution. There's been many behind-the-scenes verbal resolutions between union and management, which has been great. We haven't gone to a grievance in the last 2 years, actually. All staff meetings have continued. However, they remain online or virtual. And HR initiated a monthly human resources roundtable to connect the Sunshine Coast professionals. So there's a group, I think we're 5 of us now, but it started just as the nation and the town of Gibsons and the SCRD, and now we're linking in with community services. Looking ahead, human resources plans to follow through with initiatives in line with the strategic plan. So for example, leadership training, performance management training, attendance management, and additional occupational health and safety support. And that looks like health and safety training days, just more awareness to all staff as opposed to keeping up with regulations. That's sort of our bottom line, as well as to continue with full service support to all employees. And so Human Resources requesting the support of a full-time HR assistant to implement services above and that are above in the what I just spoke of, and are above and beyond the current service delivery. Art, culture, and heritage. We'll try to stop reading all of these slides. And they support local arts and culture, district-sponsored festivals and events, promotion of Sechelt as an arts and culture destination, and the management of Sechelt Public Art Collection and Community Investment Program grants. So some highlights from 2021 include implementing the special COVID-safe Restart Community Grant Program and managed the CIP SIP grant program, which awarded $117,815 in grants to 24 community organizations. Public Art supported 5 local artists, festivals and events, hosted 2 nights of drive-in movies, a number of outdoor concerts, and Heritage started the process of digitizing the Helen Daw collection from the Sechelt Community Archives, and that will be completed by the end of the year. Looking ahead for arts and culture, the completion of the Hackett Park accessible outdoor stage, moving forward with the Sunshine Coast Museum and Archives operating the Sechelt Community Archives, and more community public art projects in Hackett Park and Snicket Park. And that's it. Bit over 10 minutes. Thank you for your patience.
Any questions? Councillor McLean.
Yeah, thank you. This one's for our corporate officer. The BC recently passed a legislation that has a fee for Freedom of Information requests. Does that have any impact on our Freedom of Information requests?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, it will. The Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act applies to all local governments, so it will. It just received assent earlier this week, so we're just now getting it filtering down from the province, all the new regulations. But yeah, besides the fees, there are some other new provisions. I'm actually attending an info session within the next couple of weeks, so I'll have a lot more information coming forward. But yes, all the changes will affect us.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Claude, any further questions? Okay. Oh,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you, Chair Lamb and Councillor.
Director Douglas, go on.
Okay, thank you through the chair. The next little session will go with finance, and I believe Beverly Smith is going to give that. So I think she's going to, yep, she shared her screen, so take it away, Bev.
Thank you, Director Douglas, through the Chair Lamb. So I'm going to do a brief overview of the financial services and the IT department. So here's a listing of the major processes that fall within the finance and IT department, taxation being a major annual function. Another is external reporting, such as annual audit, reporting to regulatory government agencies. As well, we support grant reporting. Also, the district's procurement and competitive bid process flows through the finance department, and that allows us to delegate purchasing authority in compliance with the council policy. Here's a current listing of positions in the finance IT department. Just recently, we have filled the IT analyst position. I believe they're starting in the next month. In line with council's strategic plan and the financial department is focused on fiscal sustainability, ensuring continuity of services, and supporting economic prosperity through airport development. By supporting departments within the district, external departments, and the Sechelt citizens, the finance department enhances community livability. The finance team takes pride in providing exceptional customer service by prioritizing citizen requests, taking a team approach to solving problems and providing information. Cross-function training and an understanding of what our department's contribution, other departments' contributions are, helps us to serve the public more effectively. Continuing education, workshops, career development allows staff to build on the years of experience and to be more effective in their work. Time constraints, multiple priorities, regulatory changes are from external reporting are just a few of the challenges that the department faces. Software solutions to automate manual processes, ongoing training, and team approach allows us to mitigate and manage some of these challenges. In 2021, the finance department updated their workspace to accommodate individual workstations, increasing the height of the cubicles to improve noise reduction. The finance IT department is always looking for more effective ways to deliver services, and one area that we'll continue to focus on is online commerce. With the development of the new website, we'll be able to provide more information to taxpayers and provide a more effective online experience through the Sechelt.ca portal. In 2022, the IT department will begin an implementation of the infrastructure maintenance program. This project will improve continuity between department systems and programs. The audiovisual project is underway, and a report will be presented to council later this month. Along with the audiovisual and computer refresh program, the finance team will be involved in the website redesign and with a focus on online payments for Sechelt citizens. And that's it for my presentation, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Any questions for? No questions? You're off the hook. That was easy. Thank you. Oh. Director, or Mayor Siggers.
Okay, I will ask about the IT for this room down here. I know that you're doing some work around that, and I saw some of that in the presentation. Perhaps a few more details?
Yes, I believe we have a report coming tomorrow night to the council meeting, describing kind of where we want to start and improve the experience in the room. The mayor, you brought up a good thought the other day about including the chair in that person's experience in making it easier for that person, and so we haven't done that yet, but we will make a meeting and try and figure out what other adjustments can be made as we go forward. But we had somebody up to evaluate our current equipment and had a couple of recommendations for change, and then we also like to enhance the experience for council. One of the recommendations put a TV at the other side, so everybody's looking that way and that way rather than sideways. We can still use this what we have here now, but we definitely want to enhance it for having meetings that will be a combination of in the room and not in the room.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Okay, and finally, through the chair, we have the Director of Engineering and Operations, Kern Dillon, to just do a presentation similar to the other folks.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me well? Thank you. Good morning, Chair Lamb, Mayor, Council, and members of the public. Today, I'm going to be doing an overview of what's happened in the engineering and operations department through 2021 and some of the highlights. And yeah, it's been an eventful 2021, lots on the go. So I'm happy to go through what's been happening. And so first off, for the benefit of the public, what do we do in engineering and operations, or what do we own, sorry. We own 50 kilometers of sanitary sewer, 44 kilometers of storm sewer, 12 lift stations, 88 kilometers of road, 25 kilometers of sidewalks, and about 480 streetlights. We operate several buildings, Municipal Hall, the Seashell Water Resource Center and Rockwood are a few examples of these, and many parks assets, 37 parks and over 50 beach accesses. So what do we do? So we are essentially broken up into two groups, engineering and operations. So engineering, we do municipal infrastructure, which is planning, design, implementation of capital projects, and we'll be talking about capital projects this afternoon. We look at all the approvals for new developments and make sure that they're being built in accordance with MMCD standards and our contract documents and our district bylaws. We do street lighting design and using consultants. And a big focus lately has been increasing more of our active transportation network and in making available more options for the public to commute to work using different forms of mobility. And operations, they do a lot, but if I had to summarize some of the main points, they maintain and operate the district infrastructure. So you'll see them out in their trucks, they're cleaning catch basins, they're this year they've been so busy with all the stuff that's been going on. So you see them, they're the face of the community, and they're out and about often. We respond to residents' concerns. Many service requests come in, and we've been dealing with those all throughout the year. They construct some minor works when they have to. So this would be installation of a minor culvert or some ditching work and that kind of thing. And our parks crew does work for the events coordination. So one example of that, it was coordinating for our Remembrance Day, our Remembrance Day function that we had at the Cenotaph. That was all folks in the parks crew going out early in the morning and getting things ready for those types of events. Emergency operations, dealt with a lot of that during the storm that we had recently. And so this is just shows some of the various areas we handle in the engineering department, you know, anything from wastewater to overland drainage to street lighting, airport stuff. It's a big area that we handle, and we rely on consultants to support us with a lot of this work. And then public works operations. So I believe Director Douglas will be sharing some of the details of their operations budget this year. So that's a big part of it, but you know, funding all the, you know, maintenance of trucks, equipment, that kind of thing, is a big part of public works. Right now we're gearing up for winter snow removal, so sand is coming in and all those important things. Parks and trails operation, you know, they're active all throughout the year, and this time of year they're active putting up Christmas lights and getting the town in tip-top shape for the Christmas holiday season. And then finally, our wastewater operations that have been quite active this year. It's been a challenging year with staffing shortages, but I am pleased to report that by January, we should be at a fully staffed position at the Water Resource Center. And they've done, recently there was an article in the Coast Reporter that spoke about the work that our water resources team did to avert a situation with the heavy rainfalls. That was all because of their efforts and their expertise. And so 2021 could best be described as a year of challenges. We all know that. We all know the climate's changing. We all know what we've had to deal with in terms of that. And it started right from the beginning of the year. So this is January 13th in Davis Bay, and a large cleanup after a major windstorm that was accompanied by a large tide. And Our crews were out there 5 a.m. in the morning, making sure that traffic was restored. So it started right from the beginning of the year, and it didn't stop. It kept on going. This photo is from September 9th and shows the impact of the summer drought conditions. And you can see some of the toll it had on some of our fields over the summer. So then our parks crew was shifting to managing this situation. And then we come to the end of the year, and we're now dealing with atmospheric rivers, phenomenon of which we all likely did not know the name of prior to 2021. And so this is some of the aftermath at various locations in the district following that event, and we stay vigilant for the next ones that are coming our way. So as you can see, it's been a year of challenges, but that being said, it's been a year of successes as well, and I'm happy to report all the successes. So let's start off with development first. So here are some of the lots that, so we come in after planning has done all their diligent work, and we assist with the engineering side and making sure these things are being done properly and working on the servicing agreements. So Acorn, we had 4 lots, they're completed, went through inspection, ready to be built on. Apple Orchard, another 6 lots completed there that we reviewed. West Sechelt Elementary, not a subdivision, but an important project, and we approved that and did the substantial completion for that. The Woodlands Phase 1, 14 lots, substantially complete. Bly Road, 8-lot subdivision. The servicing agreement's been signed and the construction is scheduled to start in 2022. McCourt, 7-lot subdivision, servicing agreement signed, and again, 2022 start. Mills Road, another 4-lot subdivision, and we're going to start hopefully this year, but we'll see how that happens. And then the Strand, which is a 20 units, and it's in the preliminary design review. And these are some of the highlights. This is not every single one. We have small ones that are 1 or 2 lots, so these are some of the highlights in the interest of time. But it has been a successful year. For all we hear about housing shortages, there is stuff coming, and we are working on that stuff. And then another one, Phase 2, 20 of the Woodlands, another 29 lots, and the servicing agreement is underway. So another big story of 2021 in terms of successes were the capital projects. And so I'm just going to run through some of the big ones. So Sechelt Airport improvements, complete. Trail Avenue, another big project, complete as well. Hackett Park Amphitheater, another good resource for the community, and is coming with the stage later on. That is also complete. The Public Works and Parks Operations Center, underway. Hopefully we'll be breaking ground on that one in the new year. Improved solid waste collection. We see these snazzy new bins out throughout the district. That's being implemented. People are receiving their bins. And we did pass the bylaw. So, and in terms of operations, we did active transportation grant. We got that last year, 3.2 million. Tourism dependent communities grant with upgrades to Hackett Park and Snicket Park. We received that grant as well. 30% reduction in SCRD water usage at the WRC through use of the Ebbtide groundwater well. Replacement of diffusers at the fed batch reactor. That was a huge job we did at the beginning of this year. We purchased new equipment, Parks utility vehicle, a new dump truck, the digital message board, which we have used so far in the community on a few occasions for road closures and advertising vaccination sites and that sort of thing. That'll be a good asset for the community. During stage 4 water restrictions, we supplied 256 cubic meters of non-potable water to the public during those restrictions, and people use that facility. We have deployed over 2,000 sandbags during the heavy rain storms, and I've been told by my manager of Public Works this morning that if somebody needs sandbags, that they can contact them and arrange to get some sandbags. He has about 10,000, so I think with 2,000 given out, he must have 8,000 left there. And dealing daily with homelessness, that's been a battle for both our Public Works and Parks crews, just the unfortunate uptick in homelessness issues and just trying to keep the town tidy with that, an unfortunate situation, but our crews have been dealing with it admirably. And then also a newly installed high efficiency irrigation system installed in Davis Bay to help us there and keeping that landscaping kept well. And then Suncoaster Trail approval documents submitted to the province to go ahead with the next phases of the Suncoaster. So those are some of the high level successes of operations. Again, not an exhaustive list, but some of the big ones. And then as the manager of human resources, Lindsay, alluded to, we hired a lot of new staff this year and a lot of quality people, a lot of people with experience from other jurisdictions that are going to add significantly to our ability to implement capital projects and move forward. And so I'm really excited about where we'll go. So in engineering, we hired an engineering project manager. Julie Mayer started last week. She's going to be implementing some of the capital projects. An asset management GIS technician started the week before that. His name's Kevin. 2 engineering summer students that worked over the summer. They helped us out with various things like sidewalk inspections. Those were mostly grant funded. In wastewater, this is a big story of success here. We have a wastewater student operator that we've linked up with a program through Okanagan College to bring up and coming wastewater operators. So Nara is working with us right now until the end of I guess she'll be leaving next month, but she wants to come back to the District of Sechelt. She liked the community and liked the operation there so much that she wants to come back and work for us again, and that's great. A level 2 operator started a couple of weeks ago. His name's Smith. Chief operator starting with us in mid-December. And also a manager of wastewater, which is a returning employee, I think was shared in the HR update. So that's wonderful. And in parks, we hired an arborist, a parks maintenance and person, and a summer student on casual as well. And then in public works, we hired a new equipment operator. So we've staffed up. It looks like the District of Sechelt's an attractive place to work, and for all the challenges with housing, I'm glad these people were able to find accommodation here and decide to make the next chapter of their career with the District of Sechelt. So just a fun slide to end off my presentation about keeping the momentum going. So it's always challenging in local government to deliver these programs, and so you get the folks that say, I want stable services, and then you get those folks that say, I want low density, and then another fraction of the community will say, I want low taxes. So when you bring these ideas, competing ideas together, sometimes you get this little Venn diagram. And so if you want stable services yet low taxes, you're usually looking at a situation where you need more density. And if you're looking at you want low density and no low taxes, that usually means looking at some kind of service cuts. And then if you want stable services and low density, then that typically results in higher taxes. But most people want all 3 things in this magical zone here. And I find that's a wonderful place to be, but it's kind of like a little bit of a unicorn. They're wonderful creatures. We all want to see one, but we don't know if they actually exist in real life. So I don't know if that zone of I want stable services, low taxes, and low density actually exists in real life, but it's a wonderful thought. And so he's thinking that he needs more provincial and federal grants. So we have been getting those to move things along. And that is my presentation. And I can't wait for 2022 with all these staff resources in place, all these exciting projects coming to the fore. And my next presentation will be about the capital program, and we'll see a sneak peek of some of the stuff that's coming for subsequent years. So thank you very much for your time. Any questions?
I'm just going to ask one budget one. So I'm looking at page 49 of my budget. So it might be 51 of the newer version. The title is Department Engineering. Yeah, page 49. Okay, so I just look at the license permits and fees, $72,000 in this report. And I note that planning had some significant increases over what they had budgeted in their fees. So I'm wondering, does engineering fees typically trail planning because it comes at a later stage? And if so, should we expect higher fees in 2022 based on what planning has seen, or are they independent?
I think it's really hard to forecast that sometimes. So I believe what we've done is just take an appropriate percentage and increased from the previous year to get there. And yeah, there is a little bit of a time lag in that. Sometimes planning receives some of the stuff up front, and we have to do our substantial inspections and release holdbacks and things. So there is a little bit of a time difference between the two, but that is my understanding. Is the approach we took to that is just to increase it by appropriate percentage. And if Director Douglas would like to shed more light on that, I'd be more than happy to receive the assist.
If I may, through the chair. Yeah, it's definitely a lag. In past number of years, we anticipated a higher number of revenue, but it did not occur. So we really have to be pretty realistic, because either we don't tax enough. If we overestimate the revenue, we don't tax enough, we don't achieve that, then where does the money come from, right? So we really try to be close and reserved when it comes to these types of revenues.
Any further questions for Director Douglas or Director Kern, Director Dillon?
Just one more on the budget, just looking at supplies and materials, same page, 49. Approved budget, 7,000, and actuals are at 35,000. Do we have a general understanding of what may have caused that increase? Because it looks like we're going to carry it forward into 2022.
Yeah, they're just projects that have not proceeded at this point, and they will be carried forward. Yeah. So far, the budget doesn't include any of the carry forwards. They're a non-taxing issue at this point.
Maybe I'll just clarify my question.
Okay.
Because the budget is $7,000, but we went well over budget so far, and $35,000 for supplies and materials within the engineering department.
Sorry. Yeah, I have to look at that.
If you may, through the chair, I could probably address that question. So this year, you can see from the slide I presented, a lot of hires in the engineering department. And I think maybe some of the thinking was that would have been in the previous year, but the way hiring goes, all of them seem to land in 2021. So 2021 was a heavy year for getting supplies for the new staff. Next year, I don't believe we have any requests for the engineering department in terms of new staff. It's focused mostly on public works. So that might be the reason for some of that differential there that you see.
Okay, so I see there's also an increased number budgeted for 2022. So maybe I don't think we need an official motion on that, but just take a look at that and see if there's an end.
Okay, it's noted.
Yep.
Any further questions? Okay. Just wondering, do do we want to take a break right now, or are we good to keep going, or?
Sorry, through the chair, I just, one thing too I had in mind is that with the new GIS asset management person too in place, we were looking at making a determination on what upgrades would be required there. There was a gap in the organization, so I believe we've put in some budget to account for that. And so that might be some of the supplies and materials as well in there.
Yeah, that's included under a new operating request. It's $25,000 GIS asset management infrastructure enhancements.
Mayor Siggers?
Thank you. Question for staff. I know at the regional district, they typically take the lead on GIS mapping for the Sunshine Coast. And recently that came in, and there was an indication that the information would be shared with the other municipalities and that we would share in the cost. Where would that cost show up in our budget? Do we know where that would, which line item that would
That's
come out of?
the aerial photography
The aerial
that you're
photography.
talking about, right?
Yeah, the LiDAR stuff that they do.
So that was from last year?
I believe that happened this year.
Sorry, yes, sorry. Last year's budget, meaning 2021. Yes, it was $4,000 that we contributed to that. And the line item, I don't know, but it's certainly an operational cost.
Thank you. So it's in there. Good, thanks.
Do we want to take a break then, or? Okay.
So we have some fresh coffee in the committee room upstairs, and, you know, light snack or whatever, and maybe a washroom break, yeah.
Yeah. Take 10 minutes and be back at 11:15. to go after a little break, so Director Douglas, you get the hot spot again.
Okay, I'm just going to share my screen here. If I can proceed now through the chair. So we put together a provisional budget folder binder that includes quite a bit of information. We are on version 2, or I'm showing version 2. This version just is a cleanup of a couple of typos and a couple of other duplication in capital in one case. And this is online, so if people at home want to view the budget book, please go to our budget page and you can grab it there. It starts off with a table of contents and then jumps into the little bit of information about council and then the strategic plan. And by page 14, I believe, we start talking about the 2022 budget, which is where we're going to start. That adequate size for everybody? Sorry, page 14 of the budget book, 17 of the agenda. So since August, we've been working on the 2022 provisional budget, putting together, really a similar level of service to previous years. And we've included appropriate increases for hydro, natural gas, fuel, intranet, any increases there, contracts, solid waste, insurance, and any other thing that we kind of knew of or knew that was going to be increased or decreased. We've gone through the budget there. Interesting thing on travel and education this year, as we try to, many of our associations are trying to go back to in-person, whether it's conferences or training. We already know there's a couple that will not be going that route. So, the last year for sure, we budgeted, the budget for training and education was lower than it had been in previous years due to the online versions of things. So we're going to see a little bit of an increase here to be going back to in-person things, and it includes probably some of council's events that they'll be going to. So we try to be very realistic there. So anything we know that is virtual, it's been priced out at virtual, and anything that looks like it's going in person has been budgeted as such. So the other thing that is included here is some of the increases to full-time staff in 2021. We budgeted them for 6 months, and now they're fully budgeted. Gas tax proceeds we transferred to the Community Works Reserve. For taxation, we've been kind of averaging between 0.5 and 1% for new construction, and so we've so far we budgeted for 0.5%, so about just over $50,000 for new construction. We don't know that number yet. We won't know that number for another little bit of time. And obviously, we're hoping for the 1%, but once again, we try to be cautious on our revenue numbers. Also included is 3% for capital. It's been an ongoing program that council supported. We did go away from it in 1 year, but we put it back into play last year. And so we've included it so far this year. And just for reference, 1% tax increase is $108,000 for 2022. Some of the things that are not included are new one-time operational items. We'll go through those and committee can make recommendations to those. New ongoing operating costs, committee recommendations on those. Any increases to full-time staff that were being requested or not included. And capital projects so far not included. Once again, it's for committee's review.
Before you move on to the next piece, on page 14, okay, so we've got page 14, page 17, page 14 of the document, page 17 of our agenda, okay?
Yes.
All right. You talked about the gas tax grant proceeds being transferred to community works reserves. That's
Yes.
just a name change?
It hasn't changed, like I think it's changed out there. We haven't changed it within our books yet, but we will do that before we do the final version
But
of.
that's what you're referring to there?
Yes.
Okay. It's not like we're not
So
setting up
we
another
spend
reserve.
it out of reserve.
Right.
So we transfer into the reserve if the program's name is changed, so will this reserve. Well, if we change the reserve name, we're gonna have to come back to council,
Okay.
right? Because, I can't, it's a statutory reserve, so I can't just willy-nilly change it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And, on page, 16 of the agenda, we start to describe some of the numbers that have changed, in the budget. Is council wanting me to go through this, in detail, or, does council, have any questions on it? I'm prepared to do either one, or both.
Let me just give us a minute to review it again.
Go through it again? No? Okay. So throughout the budget, there's certain increases and decreases. I tried to spell them out here the best that I could. The biggest change, well, one of the bigger changes would be to solid waste. We're going to a new program starting next week, which we would have organics pick up weekly, and then we would have garbage every 2 weeks pickup and recycle pickup every 2 weeks. And so the garbage and recycling will alternate, and obviously organics and yard waste will be weekly. So you see there's a little analysis there as to a two-step approach to increases to fees to have full coverage. And that's what has been included in the 2022 budget. It is a significant bump just due to the fact that it's a full 12 months budgeted for 2022 for the solid waste. So under number 9, we're just saying that at this point we're looking at an $803,000 deficit. And so what makes up that deficit? And I've tried to detail the larger items, and the smaller items I've kind of thrown into more of a catch-all, other. So this year we're fully budgeting for the additional RCMP member that we have applied for, and that was the full intent that it would fall into this year's budget. Staffing increases from 2021, capturing the second 6-month increase there. Other contractual increases at $194,000. And contracted services, it's a kind of a net number of $105,000. However, we don't have the carryovers in there yet, and so, you know, that's a net effect to taxation, but overall, you're looking at about $105,000. Then just described a few minutes ago about the training, we're looking at a $56,000 bump there. Legal fees have always been very, very, I'll say, budgeted very tightly, which is appropriate. However, you know, we're looking at trying to create, you know, maybe a little bit more adequate coverage. So we're looking at a $47,000 increase there. The other change that we like to make at some point is we like to, you know, if our actual comes under our budget, which, you know, is often very close, we like to take the difference and put it into a legal reserve of sorts, so that if we do get a bump in a year, we come to council, we talk about it at that time and say, okay, this has come out of the blue. We have, you know, 80 grand or 90 grand in a legal reserve. We need to draw some of that in.
So, and if somebody from the community looks at legal fees, I mean, I know prior to being in this position, I might have thought, well, that's, you know, legal challenges maybe for the municipality, but that's not necessarily what this is. I mean, it might be some of that, you know, somebody falls and hurts themselves, you know, I don't know, walking out of the building, those kinds of things, yes. But this is also staff having to review contracts, right? Having legal review contracts potentially that we're doing with developers in the community, or, you know, corporate officer with leases, et cetera. So this is actually providing legal backup to the day-to-day activities that our staff do as a municipality to ensure that we're not putting the community and the corporation at risk in some of the contracts and things that we sign.
Yes.
So, you know, that's also included in this as well. And the more we do development, the more we do building in the community, the more we actually need access to some of these services.
Yep, I believe most of our like service agreements are reviewed, and, you know, so the more development there's, you know, the other thing that comes up is just legal challenge. Well, you said as legal challenges, but, you know, people who, you know, sue the district or feel they have a claim against the district. It's all been covered off in these accounts, and like I said, we've been doing our best to stay ahead of it, but, you know, it's one of the ongoing challenge accounts that we have. So a little bit of increase in debt payments, 31,000. We are in a 5-year agreement with the Regional District Library and SIGD for the library services, and this year there was an increase there in the 5-year agreement. Insurance, we've been notified that the insurance is going up a little bit, so we've included that to the tune of almost 14,000. And of course, we know where fuel is for vehicles, gone up substantially from, you know, last year. So we're looking at another 13,000. We're lucky we're a small community and we drive within the small community. You know, you imagine having a widespread community. And then just an increase in taxation revenue due to new development in 2021, 50,000. We have put an increase of 3% for the capital program. So if we follow through with that, we'd be putting $1.3 million away into capital reserve and spending out of that. And we have increased our revenue for building permits to the tune of $75,000 for 2022. You know, I think that's conservative at this point, knowing what we know, but once again, we can review these as we go through them, through the budget process. And then other increases or decreases, I'm saying about $49,000, so
Okay, one other question about the RCMP. Have we received the information about the back pay yet? We're gonna have to pay for RCMP.
Not specifically.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's still coming.
Yeah, we do have money set aside in reserves
Mhm.
for that specific, cost. And, so every year they've sent us an estimate, and so we've made sure we put that amount away to the
Right.
estimated number.
Right.
So I know the actual is coming soon, but I have not seen like an actual for every payment yet.
And that's from 2016, correct? So
Yeah.
2016 was the last time they had a contract,
I believe so, yes.
and they've just unionized.
Yes.
We had been asked every year to put away about 2.5%, I believe. But what I'm hearing through the meetings I'm going is that they're estimating it'll be 3.6% as an increase year over year that we would need to pay. We don't know the final result, as you said. We'll
Yep.
get that information shortly. We have been putting the money aside, but if we don't have sufficient, they are also indicating they will give us 2 years to pay the back portion.
Right.
So, but that could potentially come back as an increase, depending on what that number comes to.
Yeah. If it was, if it's a significant number over what we put aside, I would recommend we do the 2-year.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
For sure.
Councillor McLean?
Yeah, I have a question on the RCMP budget. Do you want me to hold on to that or ask it now?
Just be sure to take us to a page and we'll.
Yes, sure. Page 58 in the budget, 61 on the agenda. So just on this page, the salary, wages, and benefits have gone down, which almost never happen. Do we have a cause for that?
I don't off the top of my head. But we did see a reduction in some of the, in 2 areas. One was the guarding and some of the integrated teams.
That would be under contract services, if I understand this budget right, because contract services is RCMP in this case. Salaries, wages, and benefits would be the municipal staff that we have working for the RCMP.
I will look at my sheets here as we go forward, and I'll come back to it if I find the answer.
Okay, thank you. And then just one more if I can. Earlier you mentioned that there is an increase in legal fees. Is there anywhere in the budget book I'd be able to find actuals for legal fees? I missed that on my earlier review, so I'm just...
Yeah, the legal fees are like built into several budgets. So planning has some, administration has some, engineering has some, and then we have a general liability area, which has our insurance and some legal. And the legal in that area is really the ones where we get sued, right, from people. So it's throughout.
Okay, it might be helpful to have that broken out because that is almost a 0.5% tax increase.
Okay, I will get the detail for that. There's a good chance I'll have it for tomorrow, so. Yep, you can recognize.
I think we have a raised hand from...
Mr. Chair, it's a procedural thing, should you wish to recognize, but our financial staff, Erin Johnson, raised her hand earlier. I think she has an answer to Mr. Douglas, to the earlier question you posed.
Yeah, Erin Johnson.
Erin,
May I speak?
Real? Yep.
Okay, yeah, and with the RCMP wages, I just wanted to say that for 2021, we had increased the wages budget because we were going to be hiring a temporary position for the community safety coordinator. And because that was just a 1-year term, we didn't budget for it in 2022. So it makes it look like the wages went down, but it really didn't.
Okay, so that answered the question. So, so we have, so we got a grant for that position that will come through with the, so actually in the end, that number will actually show a bit of an increase once we push that, that grant into the system. But last year, yeah, we budgeted for like a part and part, and it didn't happen. We didn't get the grant. And so, like, it was a different grant, I believe. And we budgeted for a part-time coordinator subject to. And so we never was awarded the first grant, so that went away. Why the reduction? Yeah. Yeah.
Councillor Toth?
Thank you, Chair. Just looking again at the page 16 here. I was going to hold it till later, but Councillor McLean asked a question out of here, so I might as well too. Number 8, with the solid waste contract, you know, we're just starting a new contract next week. Really high level, because it's been delayed getting going. When does that contract run to?
So it runs 5 years. So 5 years, okay. December.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? No? Okay, so on to page 17 of the budget book, or page 20 of the agenda. Is that right? So just, so this would be the top part of that is just the briefest summary of what the operating budget looks like, with revenues of 16 million, just over 16 million, and expenses of just over 17, showing the deficit of about 803,000. Additional information here was with the debt payments or debt that's included in the general operating fund. I think we'd be happy to know that we have a couple of debts ending this year. They happen to be for the RCMP and the GSB building across the parking lot. So we'll have final payments on those this year. And so go forward, those will not be there for 2023. And then, as most of us here know, we bought a dump truck earlier this year and a plotter last year. So those are 2 new debts that will continue for the next 5 years, 4 to 5 years. Included in the budget book on page 18 of the budget book, 21 of the agenda. Yeah. Just know it's 3 pages difference. We just have a summary of all the reserves that we have, both statutory and non-statutory here. And these reserves are related to the general operating fund. These reserves are available for different purposes. As we get to capital, you'll see that, you know, we've earmarked some of those reserves for some of our capital projects. This is the estimated balance to December 31st, 2021. Further in the book, we have more analysis after we talk about capital, about additions and reductions to those reserves. So should show you that we have, you know, adequate reserves to cover what we're looking to do this year. However, I think it's important for the community to know what reserves we have, and so it's included here just as a page by itself. Additionally, on page 19, we have a summary of what development cost charges that we have in our books at this point for the general operating fund. Once again, this is estimated to December 31st, so we did receive some this year, and those have been added to the balances from last year, kind of giving us a starting point to talk about what we have. And so on page 20, we start to look at the general operating fund 2022 budget from a by department, by area, revenue and expense, including debt and amortization, and some transfers to reserves that would be included. And so those ones are like the gas tax funds that we receive. They're in here as a transfer to their reserve, as well as the 3% for capital, cumulative for capital of $1.3 million. And we go to the next slide, and I'll have to apologize that for some reason the new pie chart didn't match what it should have. This, I think, although we thought we'd swapped it out, it didn't appear we did. But in the general operating fund, 71% of our revenue comes from taxation. It's in the first line, but the pie chart doesn't show that. And so we'll make sure that that gets updated as appropriate. Once again, I think the correct ones are good visuals for the community. On page 22 of the budget book, or 25 of the agenda, the pie chart there is really from 2021. It's intended to be from 2021. It just shows you the breakout of taxation by property class. It should be very close in 2022, the breakout. So you can see that 85% of taxation is collected from the residential class, and the business class is 12%. So, from year to year, it's usually very close to that. That's why this graph has been left in there from last year. We haven't decided on a tax increase, so I can't put in a 2022 chart because it wouldn't match anything that we have, yet. So this is just to show what the history really is from a tax perspective, what's collected from each class. And like I said, I don't expect it to change greatly from percentages. And then page 23, another pie chart shows where the expenses are paid out to, or what departments have as part of their budget. So you can see, from general government and public works, policing, they're 22, 16, 14%. Community services, 13%. So just a good picture of where the budget is spent. So the next, as we go forward in the next number of pages, we get to looking at the department's basically budgets by area. I wasn't anticipating going through each one of those yet today. We know where we sit. We're sitting at a $803,000 deficit. We have some new asks that staff have put forward, and I'm suggesting that we go there to start talking about those. And the cumulative amount in all these individual budgets are shown, on the next number of pages. If you have any questions in particular, we can answer those at any time. And once again, this right now is about the 2022 budget, and so this would form and become the basis for the 5-year financial plan. So that's why we're focusing on 2022 at this point. And but of course, when we get to the bylaw, we will be showing a 5-year financial plan, not just a 1-year budget.
Okay, so before you go into those, I have one question then. So we're looking at the budgets for each of the divisions here. Are those do not include any of the asks that are coming forward from any of the
Correct.
staff. So this is what we would be starting at
Yes,
before anything else is added in, and that is the 803,000 deficit.
correct.
Thank you.
Councillor McLean?
Yeah, I just wanted to go through one budget that we didn't really go through earlier, which is the mayor and council budget. So page 34 in the budget, I guess 37 in the agenda. Okay, so there's two things that stand out to me in here. The first is $106,000 in government grants. Do we know which grant that was in 2021? Because I definitely didn't see that come into my pocket.
Once again, I have another document I can look at, and we can answer as we go forward. But I don't have it top of mind yet.
Okay, and then the second question I have in the council budget is seeing an increase in contract services. So I recognize that we did spend more in 2021, so what would that be? Because previously we only budgeted $2,000 for that, so that's a pretty big increase.
So in previous years, there's always something that crops up partway through the year, and we often don't have any funds set aside for these. Either they're one-offs or they're grant opportunities that, so this year we hired at least 3 grant writers to do certain grants, which included the one that for the RCMP position. And, frankly, it was a struggle for staff to go through and try and figure out where to fund these things from. And so I've decided that I'd like to have some money there for council for these one-ofs or these opportunities that for the community. And so having a $20,000 number there would really go a long way to knowing we have a little bit of funding to do the odd grant application or, it could be other things that come up in the community, right?
Okay, so previously my understanding was that was the council contingency fund.
Well, normally, I'm going to say yes, but like we overspent that, like we spent the 10,000 this year with, and only one of them was a grant, right? So it's, often I like to come to council to spend that, right? And so if, we go to council and there's something on the floor, you have some money that's not, that is for the purpose of hiring either a consultant or a grant writer or a.
Okay, so I guess it's a question for council, I think, is do we want that flexibility of unallocated funds at council's discretion?
Councillor Toth?
Thank you. I guess I'm just sort of struggling with the difference between the contract services and the council contingency, because we do have the $10,000 line there for contingency, and I'm perfectly content to maintain it at sort of that number and not necessarily increase for contract services. Certainly as high as $17,000, I don't think is necessary.
Through the chair. So the other thing that we don't have much of in the way of a budget for is if we want to do some kind of a community celebration, like for the airport, right? There was no, those funds, the contingency was utilized for that as well. So from a staff's perspective, I find the 10,000 quite tight when it comes to the opportunities I've seen council have in the last 2 years. And, where we had to try and, find some money to achieve that, council wanted to move ahead on some of these initiatives. And although we were able to, we're really trying to work through to find the funds, so.
Mayor Siggers?
Thank you. I know what we've seen over the last couple of years. I don't know if it's going to be the same going forward. not sure, but over the last couple of years, what we found is the grant opportunities showed up with very short turnaround times. And it was, in some cases, beyond the scope of staff to be able to pull those together. So one of the ones that you're referring to, we spent a few $1,000s to hire a grant writer, and we got a grant for over $200,000. So, we're looking at leveraging the community to help us in applying for some of these, for services that the community wants, but that we aren't providing. So it's, do we get all of the grants? No, but we've been fairly successful with a lot of grants in the last couple of years around that. And like I said, I don't know what that's going to look like going forward. We do know that there's more coming, but we don't know what the turnaround time is going to be and whether or not we'd have the staff capacity to be able to do those.
Councillor McLean.
Yeah, so I think I'm with Councillor Toth about this. As I look at this budget, it's not 17,000, it's 17,000 plus 10,000, because I think they are quite similar. There are items that are at council's discretion, and whether it's for contingency, which doesn't really have that implied restriction, or contracts, which kind of does. I'd rather see it all in council contingency, and then it's a matter of picking what that number is. And then it's at council's discretion to approve that throughout the year. And I think it is important to have some kind of budget there, and I don't think 10,000 is enough. I think we have been topping that out for several years now. So it really enables council to respond to things. As the community evolves, it's less strategic, more opportunistic. And there's very little opportunity for that kind of spending in the entire budget because it is a strategic budget.
Councillor Rowe?
I agree with Councillor McLean. I'd be happy to see it in one fund and more than $10,000, but maybe not necessarily 27 as a total.
So from through the chair, from staff's perspective, it's fine to be in contingency or contracted services, because with this, if you're hiring grant writers, that's what it is a contract, right? The other one that we paid for out of the other one we had trouble finding was for the daycare grant that we had to hire some additional help with that one too. And that one was more substantive. That was more like $8,000 or $9,000 versus the other one was like $2,500, right? So yeah, it can reside in either home, and if I want it to come down by 5 or 7, as long as we have something there that we can go and utilize for the initiatives, for sure.
McLean?
Yeah, I think just eyeballing it, 20,000 feels right to me. It's really hard to quantify this. If we have a number, we work towards it. And we just figure that out through the year at council's discretion.
Okay, that's fine. Yes. You're in agreement, yes. Because if we agree here, it'll come through in the bylaw, or it'll come through with the next version, and you'll see the change. So either one works.
Also, Mr. Chair, if I may just note, we're also taking fairly extensive minutes at this point and keeping note of any action items like that. Thank you.
Councillor McLean?
Yeah, I'm going to get a motion going. The Committee of the Whole recommend that the following budget proposal be approved and incorporated into the 2022 budget. So it is council contingency for $20,000. Contract services for 2.
Got a seconder for that? All in favor?
Sorry, could I hear what that is again? You want 20,000 for contract, or contingency, sorry, and 2 for contract?
Everybody clear on what we're doing? All in favor?
Okay, thank you.
Before we get underway here again, I just got a question, a couple of questions actually, but, so taxation, I'm just on the page 148, it's just a financial draft, but it's just real simple questions. It's money that comes in from taxation. Does that, if there's leftover, like right now we're saying we got $380,000, does that go into a general fund, or does it get allocated to a specific?
So you're talking about surplus?
Yes.
Yeah. So right now, like our prior year surplus is a very low number right now. So in this case, if it were, a number, it would flow through to the prior year surplus. Once we determine there would be enough there, I think it's under 200,000 right now. Let's just say prior year surplus got up to $1 million or something like that, then we would come and make recommendations where any surplus would go to a reserve or to some other initiative of that council would like to see or whatever.
Okay, so basically those funds are not allocated to anything right now. I'm not looking. When the extra funds come in, they don't get divided up into if there's 10 categories, they don't get developed, they don't get designated to each category. It just goes into a general fund if it's over what we budgeted.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So, are you talking about the adopted 2021?
You know what? I'm not even. It doesn't even matter about what year it is.
Okay.
I'm just talking in general.
Well, there's two numbers there that I'm looking at. One is a zero surplus for 2021 at the surplus level, and then below that it shows a 468,135. Is there where we see that? Yeah. So I'd have to confirm what that one is, because that should be a zero there.
And then a second question is licenses, permits, and fees. So do the money that come in in that department, does that get allocated to the department that it's like, if it's the building department, if those fees come in, they get, or because our budget, and I'm just throwing numbers out there. If our budget's $1 million and we brought in $1.2 million, would those funds be allocated to the different departments, or would that extra $200,000 go into the community pot, may I say? And I'm just using numbers. It's not in the budget, but I'm just saying, if there's an overage, would it just go into the community pot?
So technically, when we budget for those revenues to be offset the department expenses. So if we had an increase of $200,000 in building fees, then that's a budget. So it would just go to offset that budget, and then we would actually need less taxation to cover that department. Does that make sense? And then if we say we budget $200,000 extra and we actually get $300,000 extra, that $100,000 extra would likely, in this case, if it were building fees, would go to the fee equalization reserve to balance those mountains and valleys that we often have with fees and services in planning, building, and engineering.
Councilor McLean?
If I can, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, I think we do transfer that if we increase our fees and revenues. But the other reason we may have a surplus is if our expenses are lower, such as, say, we didn't fill a vacancy, our salary would be lower, and then that would go into the general surplus.
Correct. Yes.
Mayor Segers?
Thank you. So to follow up on Councillor Lamb's questions, we have a general fund basically, where we pay our expenses out of, our revenue comes into. Inside of our budgeting, we will offset technically the costs we're planning with the fees that come in. But we don't actually have a separate account where that fund, those monies go into. And at the end of the year, if there's a surplus, then you look at where that surplus comes from and then advise us as to where that money should be put as a reserve. And then we make those decisions at the council table.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So especially with areas that have fees that are directly related to a department, so airport, if we have a surplus in the airport area, we kind of already know that we're going to transfer that surplus to the airport reserve. Probably similar with the fee equalization reserve. But if we had, say we had some revenues in finance, those would really just go to surplus. And if the surplus was large enough, we would come and recommend that to go to a certain reserve.
Councilor McLean?
And just one last question on this track. I noticed in our planning department's presentation that business permits were above expected revenue. So that surplus would go into the general fund, or because I don't think that's allocated to. So that would have reduced the overall deficit to date. So because they are anticipating, let's say, about $100,000 more in revenues, then that's reduced the deficit by about that much. Yeah.
Any further questions at this moment?
Before we move on, what time is lunch coming today? Around now? Was there anything you needed to wrap up before we go on to the next department or next, presentation?
So before we get,
break for lunch?
Sorry, through the chair, before we got to the one time was just the overview of sewer, which can be done now or we can do it right after. Start with that.
Let's do it now.
So we're looking at page 62 of the budget book, or 65 of the agenda. And that's kind of where the wastewater section starts. And so on page 63 of the budget book, once again, a little bit of a preamble there about what's in and what's not in. It's really very similar to the general operating fund, hydro, where we know we're getting increases, whether it be to hydro, natural gas, contract fees, insurance, that's all been captured within the budget. This budget showing a $543,000 surplus, which will be transferred to the capital reserve. And once you see the capital number, you'll see that it's actually not going to quite be enough for capital. So, we'll need to probably adjust the fees there a little bit to make sure we have enough now, and then going forward. We still have a number of fairly large projects coming up in the next number of years that we'll need to make sure we have enough capital money for as well. But if you kind of on number 5 there, just describe some of the increases to the budget, contractual, 26,000. Training, budget, 81. That one's gone up a bit because we're going to be having a full staff complement there now versus, we would have budgeted for who we had in place or had intended to have in place, previous years. A little bit of new debt coming in. We have a project from last year that hasn't been started yet, and that will be covered off by debt, so some debt payments coming up. Increase to the biosolids processing and hydro, $10,000 almost. Contracted services, 105. Oh, you can strike that one out. That's not, that was a typo. I apologize for that. Yeah, insurance increases, 5,900. That happens to be the same number. The contracted service is the same number that was in the general operating fund. So it was just a cut and paste that didn't get deducted. Increase in sewer fees due to development, 79,000. Decrease in investment income. So the interest rates are staying fairly low this year. So we have to be very, once again, conservative here. So we've decreased the investment income a little bit. So overall, quick little summary, revenues of 3.6 million, expenses of, well, 3.1 with a $543,000 surplus. Like I said, we'll go to capital. So then just a little summary of debt as well. That's the Water Resource Center. It still has $2.5 million remaining. Will be paid off by 2025. And we're heading to page 64. Really the same format as the general operating fund. We have some reserves here. We have the sewer surplus at $397,000. The public works yard down to zero, as we will. This is estimated, remember, to 2021, end of 2021, and so we're looking at spending that already. Like that's the amount that was in there before it goes to the op center. And then the sewer maintenance reserve or capital reserve, you can see is really low. It's only $15,000. We're essentially, funds we put into the capital reserve, we spend annually every year on, infrastructure upgrades or infrastructure needs. DCCs for the sewer, $2.1 million. Page 65, we describe septage here a little bit. Once again, really the same format. Right now there's no debt in the septage area, so that's been eliminated. Just the quick, sorry, I catch up with my screen. Apologize. And then the septage operations, revenues $420,000, expenses $269,000 with a transfer to the septage reserve $150,000. I think we describe what the biggest problem is here is that the revenues here seem to be very cyclical and not constant. And so, we're wrestling a little bit with that. One year we'll have quite a number, and the next year that number will be significant less. And so 2021 has showed a significant less number. It's picked up in the last couple of months, but we certainly won't be achieving, what we anticipated for 2021. So, it's something that we're talking about and trying to wrestle with at this point. But it has to be a realistic.
Excuse me, we've got, so Councillor Toth, you've got a question?
Thank you. Yeah, just looking at page 66, at the septage, in the summary there, it mentions, other options such as parcel taxes for septage residences, should be considered. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we have no ability to levy taxes, on the rest of the Sunshine Coast.
That's
right?
correct. We would only be within the district of Sechelt.
Right. So I guess there becomes an imbalance there, but because the entire Sunshine Coast is using the septage facility. But by introducing a parcel tax, we'd be subsidizing the septage hauling for rural Sunshine Coast.
Yes, you're correct.
Okay, thank you. Something to think about.
Councillor McLean?
And I guess on that topic, question to my SCRD colleagues, is there any ability to create that kind of service at the SCRD that would fund the District of Sechelt sewer?
Yeah, it's called user fees.
Yeah.
I mean, the short answer to that is, we raise the disposal rates again. Because when we raised the disposal rates the last time around, the SCRD had to adjust all of their operating budgets for their wastewater plants to account for those increases in fees. So it's very doable, but it's done through the user fees.
Councillor McLean?
So I have a bigger picture question, and this is more so for council. On page 64, it notes that we may need a 5% increase in sewer user fees to fund capital. And I see a very large difference in how we're planning for capital on the sewer side versus how we're planning for it on the other side, the general side. On the general side, we've committed to a 3% increase every year because we know we're so far behind. But we want that predictability. Whereas I don't see that same approach on the sewer side. It seems to change every year depending on what we need for the next upcoming year. So is there any interest in council of creating a regular funding contribution to sewer and say, I don't think 3% will cut it, 8%, I don't know, something that we regularly increase the sewer user fee to start funding that capital deficit that we have in our sewer system, just like we are on the general side.
Mayor Seegers?
Thank you. I'd look to our Director of Engineering because, as I understand it, we have a number of plans that are in process because we know we're underfunded. I mean, I totally agree, we're underfunded, but I don't know if we've got a clear picture yet as to how underfunded we are on the sewer and or septic side because we're still gathering some of that information. We do need to plan for the future. We know that the lease is coming up on our facility on Dusty Road, and that gets closer every year. And we don't know what expansion projects need to happen on our wastewater treatment plant, right? WRC. We don't have sufficient funds here, but I don't know if we know what our target is yet. So I'd look to development, like our Director of Engineering, to give us some ideas to where we are with some of those plans that are in process.
Thank you, Worship, through the chair. I think it would probably be good if the idea was jotted down and then after I present my budget presentation, there'll be a lot more context and we can get into this. I think that would be more helpful. Then I could try and answer it now, but then it would, you get more context if I was able to present my budget presentation first, and then we can talk about it. Is that
okay? We can make a note that we'll come back and revisit this. Thanks.
Just on that note, Director Dillon, I'm just wondering, are we any closer to having the meters working so that we're charging the Sechelt Nation the appropriate amount for their usage?
My understanding is progress is being made, and it's just a matter of our team coordinating with their team to get it done. It is moving ahead, though. I can't give you an exact date precisely when they're going to be installed, but it is moving.
Very good. And then to Director Douglas, I'm just wondering, did we increase the, I think the Seashell Nation is on a fixed rate or something like that for their usage. So did we increase their rate this year, the same rate that we increased the user fees?
Yes, there's a calculation that we do annually with charging them, and that includes the rates that are charged to us as well.
Is there anything further on sewer and septic at this point then?
Just the one page, 66, which just shows you what is estimated to be in the septic reserve at the end of 2021. And that's all I had for now for that.
Okay, there's no further questions. Everybody's pretty comfortable where we are.
I think we understand it. I don't think we're comfortable.
Could we take a break for lunch then? Okay, so we used 3 extra minutes at our coffee break, so 27 minutes.
You should have been an accountant.
So what are we back at, 1 o'clock or 10 to 1? Or 1 o'clock? 1 o'clock it is. Have fun.
Well, I think that's what, hold on, Pam. I think that's what Alton was talking about. Yeah. We're not gonna do a parcel fee because then only District Seashell people would pay, but the whole Sunshine Coast actually uses the facility. So. Yeah, no.
You're like
Welcome everybody to the afternoon session of today's, the District of Sechelt budget. Director Douglas.
Thank you, Chair Lam. Okay, so I think we're getting ready to head into the new operating request from staff. And so that's page 88 in the, yes, I will. Hey, I'll share my screen. So much going on at once. So page 88 of the budget binder, or 91 of the agenda. Okay. There. Okay, so just going through, we've kind of put everything in here by department instead of combining them like items. So administration has a human resources assistant. The number that's in these is for the whole year at this point. Just so we know what the
including benefits?
Sorry?
And including benefits, like that's complete cost?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, salary and benefits. Airport, and so for every item here, there's a sheet that describes the item or the project or the ask. We're going to do a summary of all the HR ones together. So Lindsay from Human Resources will come down in a couple minutes and do all of the human resource ones, and so we'll wait till she arrives, and we can jump into them as soon as she comes. But just as a summary, going through the airport, there's 3 asks there, which includes the annual clearing of brushway, runway line painting, airport master plan, communications, project celebrations, casual support staff, project advertising and engagement, needs assessment for cultural amenities. So although we've had a little bit of structure change within the corporate structure, this sheet was put together prior to that. So now the culture would probably come out of that area and go to corporate services or human resources. Corporate services, deputy corporate officer, development services, building clerical support, city studio, Sunshine Coast, finance department procurement coordinator, general gathering space design, affordable housing contribution. This one has came up through the previous budget discussion, and just prior to adoption of the 2021 budget, there was a motion made that this be included as a topic here at 2022 budget. Information technology, GIS, asset management, infrastructure enhancements, cloud permit software, parks, asset management, asset maintenance for stairs, benches, decks, and fences, zero emission small equipment, parks maintenance person, certified arborist, and finally in the list is public works line painting increase. So for each one of those, there is a sheet in the book, but like I said, I think we're going to summarize before we get into the individual pages and potential recommendations or from committee of the whole. We'll let the manager of human resources go through the staffing items. So I'll stop sharing and Lindsay can share.
Can everybody hear me? Okay, I'm going to get used to this. I will just pull up my screen one moment. Okay, staffing request 2022. We'll start with administration. So this is our administration organizational chart that you would have seen in the previous presentation. We are looking for an HR assistant as well as a deputy corporate officer. And I will speak to both of those in sort of a high-level summary, and then if you have additional questions, we could do that then. So for the HR assistant, this year, the Chief Administrative Officer and the Manager of Human Resources have shared an executive assistant, which has been incredibly helpful compared to previous years with no support. However, we're finding that to move forward on some of the strategic plan commitments that we are staying at status quo. So a lot of the administrative work that was previously being held by the manager of HR is now with the executive assistant, and now we're looking to move forward into some training opportunities to have support with the occupational health and safety, as well as the performance management and attendance management programming. And the Deputy Corporate Officer, I spoke briefly about this morning, and it is a part of a greater succession plan. And again, in my opinion, but also based on other municipal organizations, it is a necessary position and one that our local government doesn't have compared to other ones of our size, including the town of Gibsons, as was discussed. And so this would be a succession planning role to create some redundancy of historical knowledge and to bring down those knowledge, skills, and abilities that we spoke about earlier, as well as just to help with the service delivery. So the corporate officer can speak more to this, but our records technician is working 80% on file management, and then we have an administrative assistant who is helping with days like today, which end up being every week. And so this position would really provide an opportunity to elevate our corporate services to a place that would be on par with municipal governments of our size. Planning Development Organizational Chart. So for this division, we're looking for an administrative assistant to building and bylaw.
I'm going to interrupt you for a second. Could we hear from our corporate officer around that deputy corporate officer position? I mean, I don't think we recognize the workload that department handles. We see the numbers, in our quarterly reports. But what is it you're not getting to? I mean, I know there's probably a pile that you're not getting to, and the volume is such that it's just in time. You don't have time to kind of deal with things earlier. So what's it like?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. So I would say the best way to describe it is I manage the department from a risk management perspective, what has to be done and what would be nice to do, but then it actually can get to a point where what would be nice to do becomes something that needs to be done. Mm-hmm. So to the question of what isn't getting done, we have a number of agreements and leases and water lot leases and other types of formal agreements with the province that are very behind on our reporting out. Every year, we're supposed to report to them certain things. Without getting into too much detail, we are behind on a lot of those things. Now, as I mentioned, risk management, I know that we know the province isn't going to just come and take away Davis Bay Pier from us in the next month because we didn't report out some information for the last 2 years. So that's what I mean by less risk management, but it needs to be dealt with. Another thing that occurs to me is we are on just a maintenance. We're just maintaining. There are so many areas, education. We have, as Lindsay describes, all the new staff that have come in. It would be nice to be able to sit down with them once a week for a couple of weeks and just go through our procedures for saving documents and where to find things and where we want them to find things. We don't have the time to have a proper records management training program in place to help with our new staff. We just sort of spot train when it becomes a necessity. Policies and procedures, we could be doing a lot more in terms of bringing policies to council, things that we should be formalizing, and our own internal procedures. We've worked very hard in our department, with Jennifer taking the lead, on developing basically what I would call a training manual for the person that takes her position over at some point. But we could be doing way better with that. We do it as time allows. There's a good example that I could say specifically right now is there's only so many hours in a day to prepare reports and put things on the council agenda for you, council, to move forward on. And, there can be months where that's all, I'll speak just for myself, that's all I'm doing, just to keep up with the things that have to go on a council agenda and the reports and everything. Nothing else can get done. Nothing else gets done at some point, things that need to be done. And then after the council meetings are complete, we have minutes and they have action items in them. So they all have to be dealt with. Special projects, that's another example. Anytime we're doing anything where we need all hands on deck, again, everything else just stops. I don't know if I've missed anything. We could be doing a lot more with freedom of information, protection of privacy. That's another huge one. Our staff are not all trained up on, I'd like to be able to hold, training sessions once or twice a year to just keep everybody up to date. This is especially important for our counter staff. We're constantly getting asked by staff, can I just someone's asking for a copy. And so that takes our time, definitely. And if we could just have training, some good training programs. So those are without going too far into it, as the way the mayor put it is the perfect way. What are you not getting done? I mean, we're maintaining, but there's so much more our department should and could be doing if we had a little help.
If I can just speak through, Chair Lamb. I was hoping to say this sort of at the end of day 2, and I'm not sure I'll get the opportunity. I don't want to make this we don't have enough resources type of presentation, but we don't have enough resources. And so we are really wanting to make sure that we're delivering on everything that is being asked of us. And from a recruitment and retention perspective, it's in my opinion that everybody is working fairly flat out. So someone like Joanne, who comes with us with decades of experience, no offense, Joanne, she's an incredible asset to us. And when she leaves, maybe a deputy corporate officer wouldn't become Joanne, but they would certainly be able to have downloaded that knowledge, and we would have a great succession planning opportunity. So I think that really goes for everything that we're going to speak of today. It's really support and to make sure that we can build so that we're not band-aiding our staff complement in the future. We're at a unique place now where we have a lot of excellent professionals, and I think that if we continue on this way, we'll bring a lot of pretty amazing things to the district.
Councillor McLean?
Yeah, just continuing questions on the deputy corporate officer. Are there kind of knockdown effects from if we did hire this position? So, for example, one thing I note is fielding general requests for the public and others. So maybe if we did hire this, would there be load off the manager of communications or the council executive assistant? Or is it really about that corporate services department?
Thank you, Councillor McLean. Yes, our administration department really works as our administration division is acting a lot like one department. We're sharing resources because we're all lacking them. So this deputy corporate officer would certainly be able to assist and help with that in a way that we haven't had before.
And similarly, this HR assistant position, would that have knockdown effects in other parts of the administration, or is it very much the HR section of that?
Thank you, Councillor McLean. Right now I'm, for lack of a better term, stealing all of the executive assistant's time and to the detriment of our CAO. And so that would alleviate some of that and be able to help drive some of our CAO's initiatives forward, as well as our administration team all works as a group. So we meet every 6 weeks and they all support each other, and everyone there is really feeling we haven't added to the administration assistance in the way that we would have liked to in the past, and again, just being conscious of budget. So this would certainly help out with that. And they do all support each other, but this would really take the load off the executive assistant as well. And then moving forward, I have a request for an occupational health and safety officer, but this is, our 5-year plan will be a living document, and I'm hoping that the HR assistant can really help fill that space as well. So I'm hoping that in the future might be taken off the immediate plan, but a long-term goal for sure. I'll move on. Whoops. Planning and Development Organizational Chart. We're asking for an administration. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. Screen sharing has paused. 1 minute. An administrative assistant for building and bylaw. We have been having a part-time, we've been asking for casual money for this. Just to help out with building. However, we would like to secure that as a full-time permanent position in building and bylaw. And then just in conversation, a little bit anecdotally, we've been talking about the administrative assistant for planning and development, which is currently Floria, and she brings a lot of amazing administrative skills to the role. And we're noticing that previous to Floria, we had another person who was a budding planner, and they brought a lot of planning skills to the role, and we really need both of them. So we were really missing a person like Floria previously, and we're missing that complement to Floria now, just because the role is so fulsome. And so the building and bylaw assistant would really help support and take some of that load off, so that the planning development person isn't meant to be sharing that. And then our current casual building administrative assistant, we would have a succession plan there for them as well, and the load for the part-time responsibility of that person would be better. So yeah, it seems we're also asking for a casual admin, because the admin in planning and development and building is so tight right now, and we just felt like that was too big and grand of an ask. So this is our hope, but I did this morning remove the casual administrative assistant. So just to sort of shed light on how important this administrative assistant position is for this group. And like I say, we've already been spending half of the money anyways, just trying to pinch it together.
Question from Mayor Sigurds.
So what happens if one of these people is sick? Who backfills?
The administrative group, so all the assistants have a fill-in. So they're going to be off, and they pinch from another department.
But that would be where the casual would come in, would it not?
Absolutely, yeah. And so we asked for an administrative assistant float last year, which ended up being mostly for on-base, because we were needing so much for that project. And so we really are still lacking in having a float to take care of the administrative assistants when they're overflowing with work, which right now is daily. So yes, this casual, if we were to ask for a casual as well, it would not just, it would primarily live in planning and development. However, it would also, as they all do, support all administrative assistants.
So right now, we've got administrative assistant for planning development, that position's filled.
Yes,
So this other one will be for bylaw and building official, like
Cor-
that department?
correct. Yeah, so for our building inspectors, and right now they're relying on, we have the part-time position, and then any overflow lands on our planning and development administrative assistant.
Okay, thank
Councillor McLean?
Sorry, through the chair. I just want to contribute that, you know, the building department is one of our largest departments that contribute to permanent records. And so, you know, in the past, we never filed them electronically. They just went into a paper file. So, you know, I think that, you know, you need to add the expertise there to that department as well.
Councillor McLean?
Okay, so just trying to understand, again, the knockdown effects. Previously, our two bylaw officers were unsupported by admin, or were they pulling a little bit from the planning side?
They do pull, especially, thank you for the question, when one is sick, and especially during this pandemic, we've had two of them off at the same time, and so that ends up being reception and administrative assistants that step in and help with the paperwork portion of it, and then everyone is just working together to keep that afloat right up to our director. So it's not a very safe system in that respect, and they didn't have administrative support before. But yes, right now they're pulling from reception.
And if I may, to jump in and supplement what Lindsay has just said, the casualty of that is when the bylaw officers are doing largely admin work and not able to get out and investigate new complaints. So then when they're away and they're backlogging, they're categorizing complaints rather than acting on the new ones. And so then it just creates this cascading effect across the whole team.
We'll move on.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Lamb. And Financial Services Organizational Chart. The only addition we have is a procurement officer. And this was, again, in our 5-year plan that was presented last year. The main objective with this is to centralize procurement. So right now, again, those administrative assistants I was speaking of that are working for their own divisions are being pulled in this decentralized system. So they're all working towards for finance in a procurement capacity. And so we did downgrade from a coordinator to, and we've gone back and forth between a coordinator and officer, but this officer would really provide an opportunity to alleviate the procurement from the administrative assistant roles.
McLean?
Yeah, thank you. In this past year, or I guess in this past week, we brought in a engineering project manager. So my general understanding, which I don't think it's fully correct, is that a lot of our procurement is around engineering. So would that position help in majority? The project manager, would it help in procurement currently?
Yes, like the project managers are the topic experts. However, you know, when you're typing out, let's say, the RFP and posting it online and then accepting all the bids, and, you know, that's you know, I think you'd want your project manager moving to the next project to get that RFP going versus having to file all that documentation and organize the whole complete RFP, which is what the coordinator would do.
It's really, sorry, I was just going to add to what Director Douglas said, is that it's elevating our positions. So there has been a lot of, I'm using the word band-aiding again, but where we are not using our full skills because we're having to do this full gamut of work, and the manager could certainly do that, but they are a skilled project manager, and so to do the procurement will mean that they'll be pulled away from project management, which then we're in the same position as we were when we didn't have them.
Councillor McLean?
So the mayor before me, if she wants to jump in.
I'm just going to start a little bit of data that I I think we picked up at the regional district recently. Now, it's a project bigger, I think, than some of what we do. But the RFP for the Church Road well site, the RFP that was put together was 300 pages. So that's a special skill, doing procurement, ensuring that the scope of the project and all of the details of the project are clearly laid out so that in the end you actually get what you're looking for. And that gives the project manager and staff and contractors something to rely on. So we don't currently have that skill in the district here, and we've got a lot of projects that'll be going out in the next while for sure.
Councillor McLean?
So I guess, does the hiring of this position reduce our organizational financial risk? Will it result in cost savings down the line?
I would say potentially, yes. Definitely reduces the risk. Because we expect them to be well trained in the purchasing process and, making sure that we are following the proper processes when it comes to larger purchases and things like that. When you go to tender and things like that. Absolutely.
Again, if I can just add, from a recruitment and retention perspective, onboarding and hiring somebody, it's very costly, and we're at risk of burning out our administrative assistants with procurement work if we continue on this way. So if we were to keep it as a decentralized process, I fear that there will be more turnover than we would like to see, which would also be a cost reduction if we went for a procurement officer.
Councillor Rowe?
Pardon me if you've already told us, Lindsay, but Town of Gibson's and SCRD, what sort of positions do they have in procurement?
I know that thank you for the question, Councillor Rowe. The SCRD has 4 procurement positions. 4? Yep. And 4. I'm not sure about the Town of Gibson's.
Okay.
The Town of Gibson's does not have anyone. Yeah.
Just their topic expert or project.
Subject, yeah.
Okay. Yes, my SCRD counterpart.
Councillor Toth?
Thank you. Actually, it was a follow-up question to that, in that, is this something that we have to hire in-house, or is this something that we could look at a fee-for-service with an organization like the SCRD that does have 4 of them? Is it something that would there be enough work to fill a full-time position here at the District of Sechelt for that? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Toth, through Chair. We certainly could try that avenue. I know when speaking to my counterpart at the SCRD that their procurement officers and procurement team are at full capacity, which again speaks to needing one. But yes, we did talk about contracting out the service. Is just as far as the long term. This isn't a problem that's going away. So it just seems like the professional way forward. But I don't know if Director Douglas has anything else to speak to.
Yeah, when you engage the full cycle RFP, which is a lot longer process than just, putting out an RFP, because once you gather the information and you do your schedules and you get all the paperwork and you award, then you have to go through and file it all into on base, which would be all that person's job, right? They would take purchasing from A to Z. Right now, you have project managers and people try to do capital, and their AAs doing that whole process, right? So there's quite a bit of work, which does include administrative work to complete a RFP file.
Could I also, Mr. Chair, just to add to that, from a records perspective, asking before how things impact the corporate services department, to Mr. Douglas's point, part of procurement is establishing recognized procedures that we would consistently follow. And I'll give you a really good example. We do medium-priced RFPs from times where nobody has thought ahead that we're going to need some kind of an agreement, a formal agreement to enter into with that contractor. With our large contracts, we've contracted out the full RFP process, which includes preparing us on our behalf, preparing us an agreement. But I can give you personal experience over the last several years where we're ready, like they're ready to hire the person to do whatever, and then they come to me going, "Hey, Joanne, can we have a contract that we can get signed tomorrow when he's here?" Like, these things actually happen in real time. So it's much more than just the actual RFP. It's putting in place the administrative processes and managing it as a function, like any other function.
I think Director Dillon has his hand raised, so Director Dillon.
Thank you, Chair. So I'd like to add my perspective because I'm going to take a wild guess here and say 90% of procurement comes out of my division. And yeah, could we outsource this? Yeah, we probably could, but I think you got to look at the time that it would be involved to bring people in external organizations or consultants up to speed on what we do. And this is the first organization I've actually worked in without a procurement officer in place. And the value of procurement officers I've seen over a number of years, they get to know the type of work we do. They get to know our budget cycle. They get to know what's coming in the 4-year capital plans that we put out, and they can plan accordingly. In the city of Vernon, we would see a 30% difference in price from contractors, depending on what time of the year we put our tenders out. If we put them out in May, we were probably going to pay 20 to 30% more than if we had put it out in February, because contractors get busy, and when they get busy, they don't really sharpen their pencils, as I'm sure some of you are aware. So there's those practical reasons. There's also the fact that this council has made a commitment to pursue social procurement. That is not something that our project managers are necessarily aware of or are experts in. So if we want to advance social procurement, we need somebody at the helm of that. Another reason why a procurement officer would be good is just in terms of coordinating our vendor lists and our requests for qualified services. They'll also be up to speed on the trade agreements. So our project managers and our engineering staff might not necessarily be up to speed on the trade agreements. The trade agreements are constantly changing and how they impact how we do procurement. So for those reasons, I would support a procurement officer dedicated to this position from our division's perspective. Thank you.
Councillor McLean.
Yeah, thanks for that, Director Dillon. Maybe towards corporate services or somewhere in there. Would this have complementary skill sets in contract administration? And is that potentially something that this person could do, recognizing Councillor Toss' concern that they may not have that full workload?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Certainly some aspects, some types, using the scenario I just used, we end up, definitely that person would become far more, more of an expert in contract preparation and management, and to the points that Mr. Dillon just raised. Definitely some of the more complicated ones, that would definitely be the case, yes.
Any further questions? Okay. Moving along.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Engineering operations organizational chart, I will speak to it and then we can talk about it at the end. It is very small. Director Dillon has a large division. So looking under our parks manager, Jamie Anderson, he requested a parks maintenance person. You'll see at the very bottom of this org chart in small print, as well as a parks arborist for this year. And so the parks maintenance was not approved last year, and we're looking for a parks arborist as well for this year. In speaking with Jamie, the parks arborist alleviates his current arborist, who is also his lead hand or foreman for reference, so that Jamie can have a lead hand who's doing that full-time, and then he could also have a full-time arborist. So what Jamie would not tell you is that he works from home until 8 o'clock every night, and he happily does it. But from a human resources perspective, it's not sustainable, and it scares me. So, to be blunt.
I'll say our parks manager was the one who was closing off the highway for the Remembrance Day celebration.
Mm-hmm. He does it all happily, and again, like I say, it isn't something that he would ever admit to, but it's been told to me by several other people. And so to take care of him as an employee, I'm looking for support for him by hiring a full-time arborist. And Director Dillon spoke about an arborist previously. We did one of our laborers on his own time and with his own funds became an arborist. Just because he's very interested in that line of work. And so we do have another arborist, but we're not paying him to be an arborist. So he does help out our lead hand arborist, but he's not, he doesn't do any of the formal arborist work. And so that position has come to the front ahead of the parks maintenance. However, parks maintenance is also in the request. So when you think of our fields and drainage or the staff complement that somewhere like the SCRD has, we are lacking, and they are all working to their full potential, but things aren't, as you would have recognized with their fields in this last month, things aren't attended to in the way that parks would like to. And I will let Director Dillon speak to any further specifics, or if you guys have any questions, but that is the request for engineering operations for 2022.
Any questions from council? Nope. Good.
Thank you, Chair. So this is the overview that we're looking at for the next 4 years to take us to 2025. And I've just put it to 2025 based on what we had spoke about last year. There are some changes you will note. We have bumped up some positions and removed some positions that are no longer required for the upcoming years. So we had been asking for a long-range planner for 2022, and that is no longer required immediately. However, we are asking for the deputy corporate officer, which was in the 2022 plan, as well as the procurement coordinator, HR assistant, parks arborist that was in the plan for 2022, parks maintenance 2021, admin assistant for building and bylaw, and then an engineering summer student, which I didn't speak of previously. It's the same as last year. It's a $15,000 ask, and it's to ensure that we have those summer students. So what happened this year is we had approval from Mayor and Council for one engineering summer student, and we received the grant. However, and maybe it's just a coincidence, but this is the first year we didn't receive our parks and student grant. And so if we were able to fund the 2 engineering summer student grants, we could also potentially be approved for the parks grants. But again, this could be coincidence, but it is having the 2 engineering summer students built into our budget will ensure that we have those positions and relatively low cost compared to the other roles, and certainly a great asset to the team. So that's 2022, and then you'll notice moving forward we bumped up Director of Administration in 2023. The bylaw officer remains. OH&S coordinator, again, that it'll depend on how things go. 2024 is GIS technician. 2025 engineering planning manager and an asset management technician. And the financial implications of the 2022 asks. And this is including benefits, and you'll notice they do look a lot higher from last year. However, we did the budget process halfway through the year last year, so this is our full annual cost, including benefits.
A question on the engineering summer student. Is that for one then?
We've already had the one from last year, so that's now built into our budget, unless I'm incorrect on that, Director Douglas.
That was carried forward, Jenny?
Yeah.
Douglas? Sorry, was the engineering summer student from last year carried forward that we did because we didn't fill it, or?
The engineering summer student, okay, so we budgeted for one, but we got a grant, so it covered two, like, so, because we budgeted one wholly. And so the fact that we got a grant, it made it so that we covered two of them half. So we did utilize the funds in 2021 for the summer student.
So
Right.
if we're looking to budget for 2 engineering summer students, we would need 30,000 in here then?
The question, I guess, is if we've carried forward the engineering summer student one from last year.
Like we would include it. It's included now, yes. Like yeah, it's like we've moved that forward to be included this year already. Yes, yes.
That's it.
Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Lindsay. Are these all full-time positions, full-time wages?
That's correct. Thank you.
And the cost of benefits for full-time versus part-time, are they the same or are they prorated? Like, I know some people are different. In other words, would a 0.5 of an $84,000 a year job be $42,000 including benefits? Or like with our benefits in nursing, if you're part-time, full-time, it's the same cost. Is it the same?
Thank you, Councillor Rowe, through Chair. I believe it's the same, and I have a number. It's not?
No, part-time would be less cost for
less?
benefits.
Okay.
So then half, because we're looking at roughly 23,000 for full-time.
Yeah. So it's 15, our contract is 15%, right, on?
Right.
For part-time.
Good point.
And where a full-timer would be probably double that.
And the summer student is not full-time,
Right, yeah. That would be a bargain.
Yeah.
Okay, do you want us to look at these items as we go through the operating package?
Through the chair, yes, if that's, I think you have a question here, but yes, if we can go through each one individually, and we have the sheet which has sample motions, or we can ask for more information, or we have. Yeah.
Councillor Kuster.
Just going back to Councillor Rowe's question about the benefits, doesn't really make sense to me. If you have an employee and you're covering benefits, like a part-time employee, so they only get half the benefits. So the cost to me, I would think, would be the same for a full-time versus just based on benefits from other companies that I've dealt with before.
So a part-time employee doesn't get the full slate of benefits, right? They have to accumulate so many hours before they can go onto our pension plan. They don't get they're not, so our health and dental isn't available to them. And so what they get is they just get a percentage in lieu of benefits.
Thank you.
Okay.
Apparently Katie Almond has her hand up.
I did, but Director Douglas took care of that answer. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Okay, so we'll carry on. Thank you, Lindsay.
Thank you. And if I can say things at the end again,
Oh, you have more?
No, I don't have any more. I just assumed that I would be at the end of this presentation. So through Chair, I just wanted to say thank you very much for listening to this. Every year it feels like a big ask, and I know that taxpayers are taking the brunt of this, but we're just trying to make up for lost time and keep the momentum of our professional organization going. So thank you for your consideration.
Okay, so on page 89 of the provisional budget, or page 92 of the agenda, is where the new operating request detail sheets start. So we can, if I can guide us through them, I don't intend to read them verbatim, but we put on in front of everybody sample motions. So the idea here is to get a sense from council if they would like us to approve and incorporate, refer back to staff for further information, defer to another year, or not interested in this at all. So even though we make motions to do something, it doesn't mean it can't come back as we go forward to further meeting or when we're looking at adoption. But we just would like we need to get a sense so we can build this into the budget and come up with where we're heading really financially. So on page 89, starting there of the budget binder, the first item is the Human Resources Assistant.
Mayor Siggers.
Oops, sorry. Stuff here. I'd like to recommend that the budget proposal be approved and incorporated in the 2022 budget. That's for Human Resources Assistant, funded from taxation, I believe. Yes, funded from taxation.
Is there a seconder for that? It's been seconded. Is there any comments?
Thank you, Chair. Given that we only just managed to get the executive assistant for human resources and the CAO halfway through the year, I'd be interested in sort of waiting until 2023 to see how a full year of having an extra person within the department plays out. So I won't be supporting incorporating it at this time. But if it doesn't pass, I'll be deferring it to 2023.
Councillor McLean?
Yeah, I had similar comments to Councillor Toth. I think our HR department has gone through a very large professionalization, and we've seen leaps and bounds improvements that we've done in HR recently. So I'm quite happy with the changes that we've made in the last 2-3 years within the HR department. And I think we could slow down a little bit on the changes in that department. And I support Councillor Toth's approach to reconsidering this again in 2023.
Councillor Rowe.
I agree with Councillor Toth and Councillor McLean. I think we're asking a lot of the taxpayers, not saying that it's not needed. We did not inherit a dowry of planning as a new council in 2018 for, as a taxpayer. Wasn't happy about that, which is one of the reasons I ran. However, there is only so much we can ask. I am fully in support of the value that assistants in all capacity bring to organizations. I could not survive without them at my work. However, this is not one of the priorities for me, and I would like to look at it in 2023. I'd be happy to support it then if I run again. Realizing, oh my goodness, talking about the future isn't it for sure. Anyways, that's where I am with this one.
Any further comments? So we have works way better that way. So anyways, we have a motion on the floor, so it's been seconded, so all in favor? All opposed? And so, Councillor Toth?
Thank you. I'm going to move option 3, that the Committee of the Whole recommend that the budget proposal be deferred to the 2023 budget year.
Seconder for that? Seconded, okay. All in favor? Okay, move on.
Okay, page 90 of the budget binder, or page 93 of the agenda. Aerodrome clearway brushing annual. This would, if it goes in 2022, it's intended to stay there every year. Right now, there's sufficient funds to cover this within the fees and charges at the airport. And yeah, that's.
Councillor Toth?
Thank you, Chair. I just look for a little more clarity on where we're looking at doing this work, because when we talked about doing some tree cutting and harvesting up at the up in the approaches, we did pass a recommendation to look at silviculture, which to me would run directly counter to what's being proposed here. So a little more clarity about where this work is being proposed.
I could ask Manager of Accounting Services, Beverly Smith, to describe where this is on the runway, beside the runway.
Sure, yeah, it's just at the end of the runway at the safe approach. So where the runway extension was or is. And from my understanding, this is a standard safety protocol that will prevent reforestation in that area. And for it reoccurring at the approach.
So just for clarification, this is looking at between the runway and Field Road. This isn't necessarily looking at the other side of Field, or whatever it's called, the Forest Service Road. But this is looking at within the fence lines, basically.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor McLean?
No, I'm not sure how much the work extended, but I do know some of the volunteers with the Drag Racing Association did stuff like cutting grass on the airport's grounds. So I don't know how much that plays into this consideration, but I did want to highlight that work that has been being done in the past.
Douglas?
So this is an area that hasn't been taken care of annually, and it's being done this year because it had to get done. And so the airport managers said that this is an item of annual concern, not just once in a while. And so he's asked for it to be put forward as an annual maintenance item.
This is more mulching tree saplings, not lawn. It's not grass. It's more bush and shrubs, and within a year, usually it all starts to grow back.
Councillor Scott?
Yeah, all of this requirement it's a requirement to keep the departure and approach pass open for the runway. We talked about the silviculture before, and you wanted that in there, but the reality is the airport's not the place to grow trees, so that's the reality. You'll never be able to grow them to a merchantable stand anyway, so if you're going to take that money, there's other areas that would be better suited to grow them. So it is a requirement. We're going to have to pay for it anyway. Whether it's $6,000 a year, I think it might be a little excessive, but really I'm not the expert in that, so I'm going to defer. So I would move that the committee of the whole recommend that the following budget proposal be approved and incorporated into the 2022 budget, funded from the airport reserve.
Seconder? Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? You want that recorded? Okay.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Okay, on page 91 or 94 of the agenda package, another airport item, airport runway line painting, described as an increase to the level of service that we currently do. And you know, is to keep the lines on the runway fresh and clear. And this is annual.
Councilor McLean. Go ahead.
Is that a requirement? Like, is it a Transport Canada requirement? And then maybe my second question is with the previous runway, when was it ever done?
Yeah, the second question I can't answer. It says here that the runway must be maintained as per TransCanada guidelines for safety of the aircraft. So I guess he's pulling this from the manual of the traffic control devices for Canada.
Yeah, I can't see them needing to repaint. Well, say that if council decides that they're going to put drag racing back on that runway, then it will be needed. But unless that happens, I don't know if it's an annual thing or not.
Councilor Toth.
Thank you, Chair. This one was a point of question for me because, yeah, I wanted to know, like, when does it ever been done up there? And no, we shouldn't be using the old runway as an example of how we maintain the new runway. But the closest I came, TP 312 was guidelines speaking to runway markings and things like that. Does not speak to a timeline, just that they need to be maintained in a suitable manner. So I'm thinking that this is something that could be a biannual. And with that,
go ahead.
No.
Oh.
You speak before I make my motion.
Oh. If I may, through the chair. Like, a lot of it depends on what the use is going to be up there. Like, we know it's an airport. That's not what I'm saying. But if we allow others onto there, you're going to have to do something at that end because that end will get the top coat will get ruined, whatever's on that.
Councilor McLean.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on that report to see what those costs are, that the drag racing use on the airport what we need to do to reclaim that activity. But my question is what does this $5,000 cover? What will it get us? Will that get us a complete line repainting every year, or is that going to cover half of one number?
Great question. Maybe we need to add some information to this and bring it back.
Mayor Sagers.
Yes, I think I'm kind of following up on what Councillor McLean was saying. Like, how much does it cost to actually do the line painting on the runway itself? And how is the $5,000 amount determined? So, given that, so number 2 says, Committee of the Whole recommends the following budget proposal be referred to a subsequent committee meeting with a report for information regarding cost and frequency of line painting at the airport, or line painting. So that could come forward to a future meeting.
Is that seconded or? Yeah. Okay. So it's been seconded. All in favor? Passed. Okay. Carry on.
Okay, so the next item in page 92, Airport Master Plan. This was talked about quite a bit over this last year now that we've done an upgrade to the airport facility itself. And so, yeah, up to Committee of the Whole here.
Councilor Toth.
Thank you, Chair. Right now, I don't dispute that we need the airport master plan to be done. I'm just disputing the funding source. Right now, it's identified as taxation. We do know that we've got tree harvesting up there that the community forest will be doing, and that those funds do need to stay with the airport. So I'm thinking that a more appropriate funding source would be out of that airport reserve. The airport's got to do something resembling paying its own way eventually here, so we might as well work towards that.
Councilor McLean.
Yeah, this goes back to the discussion that we were having earlier about a service that's based in Sechelt that serves everyone on the Sunshine Coast. If we do fund it from taxation, it is Sechelt taxpayers paying for this. But if we get it from the airport reserve, it's everyone who uses the airport, which is theoretically everyone on the Sunshine Coast. So I just support that approach. I recognize we don't have enough in the airport reserve. So we either need to wait for those additional funds to come in this year or delay this whole project a year. So we can get those funds, or I had noted down a partial funding.
Go ahead, sir.
If I may, through the chair, exactly right. Why I couldn't use the reserve is only 32 or 37,000 currently in the reserve. We've only been able to place 1 year's amount in there. We do expect to be able to put, let's say, another 30,000 in there this year, maybe, so only 5 to 30, but that still doesn't get us to 80. Although we have an estimate on the cutting of the trees there, we don't exactly know what that's going to be yet. So, yeah, it can be approved subject to, waiting for those monies to come in and then move forward with it at that point.
Councillor Toth?
Yeah, in that case, I'm happy to recommend that the airport master plan be approved to be funded from the airport reserve, subject to the funds received from the airport logging to be completed. I think it's imminently, but yeah, leave it there.
Good. McLean, okay. Yeah, I was just wondering, do we have an idea when they might be harvesting up there?
I don't right now. We sent them information to go ahead probably a month and a half, 2 months ago now, and just haven't heard back as to their progress.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor and it's been seconded. Is all in favor? Okay, it's passed.
Okay, on page 93, project celebrations, $8,000. This was a request out of the communications area to celebrate some of the projects that will be up and coming for 2022.
Councillor Toth?
I'm not going to say much about it other than to move recommendation 4, that it be denied. I don't think we need it, and if we do have any really special projects, then we can pull something together out of council contingency or, whatever. So.
Seconded. McLean, okay. Any further comments from Mayor Seegers?
Thank you. When we get these grants, and we got, $12 million worth of grants for the last little while, part of our requirement for that is that we actually do some kind of public ceremony with the people who gave us the funding. That's part of the process. We have to do that. They tell us when and where, and they show up, and we have to put it on. We pay for it. So out of $12 million, we're asking for $8,000.
Councillor McLean?
Then that should be included in the project budget.
And barring that, I'll bring the coffee.
As long as we know that that can't be part of the grant side of it, it would be an ineligible expense for the most part. So it would be tagged on amount to cover it from capital reserve or from the funding source.
Councillor Toth?
Thank you. Yeah, when I attended the active transportation grant announcement, the $3.2 million, it was a table and a podium, which we already owned, and a display board, which I assume they printed off upstairs.
And advertising.
Okay. Social media advertising is cheap. Does it have to be advertised in the paper? I mean, we do have regular newspaper advertising that we normally do. And I don't see any reason why we necessarily need $8,000 worth of newspaper advertising.
Director Douglas?
Sorry, through the chair. Yeah, it depends on what we're trying to do at some of these. The airport one costs more than what I would say the grant awarding cost. I mean, it costs quite a bit more. So something like, the Hackett Park stage may be one that you want to celebrate, and there may be, at a bigger extent, or, something else. But, yeah, I don't see Trail Avenue having a big fanfare, but.
Any more questions or thoughts?
I'll just say, I mean, we're being a bit funny here. And it seems, to Darnelda's point, $12 million worth of grants for $8,000, but at the end of the day, it's $8,000. And, I tend to agree with the gentleman at the other end of the table. I can make a party anywhere, and not to say that that's what I'm putting out there. However, I think we've been asked to look at every penny that we're spending, and so every single thing that is before me is basically, do I think it's essential, and does it relate to infrastructure? In some ways, this would, because some of our grants are infrastructure money, but I'm willing to look at those as they come up and absolutely give some direction as to where to find the money to celebrate if it's something that really we want to celebrate. So I will not be supporting this motion, even though when you use $12 million, it might seem like a silly thing not to support. But it's $8,000 of taxpayers' money. So at the end of the day, that's all I'm going to say.
Mayor Sigers.
Thank you. I've heard 3 times now that we'll find the money somewhere. Well, what staff are saying is we're not going to find the money somewhere unless we put it aside somewhere. So just be aware that if we do not support it, that we may not be able to find the money somewhere. And I'm okay with that if that's what council wants.
Director Dillon.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. So I think it's, you get a sense of the capital presentation and maybe the next few slides on carry forward projects. I think it's important to know what's coming down the pike in 2022 that might be worth celebrating. So we'll have a new operations building. We're borrowing money for that. It's at the expense of taxpayers. Perhaps the taxpayers want to come and tour the new facility somehow when it's open to see what value they're getting for their investment. We're putting in a $3.2 million active transportation project in West Sechelt. Perhaps there'd be some celebration around that. Additionally, we're doing a new playground in Hackett Park, which is, we've selected the proponent to build that. A new stage in Hackett Park as well. Washrooms at Snicket Park and improvements there. So there could be potentially a few projects that are, worth having events for. And the previous approach was that these events were budgeted separately, so they wouldn't have been factored into the budgets that went forward for these new projects. And as we know, the cost of everything is going up, inflation. I don't have to explain that. Even with the Ops Center alone, we saw a cost escalation there. So I don't know in a year's time when we build the Ops Center, whether we would have money for an event where the public can go up and see what we built. And that's my perspective.
Just having some technical issues here. We're going to take a moment.
I thought I left you guys speechless for a bit.
Thanks, Director Dillon.
Yeah, no problem.
Councillor McLean.
So I guess my question would be is what would council's decision be if this was $8,000 towards communications? Because I think hearing what Director Dillon has said, it's part of our communications plan, really. How do we get word out about what we're doing? And this is one tool within that opportunity to say, this is where your taxpayer money is going. So rather than project celebrations, I see this as just an increase to our communications budget that's project related. And I think that is potentially a good thing. So maybe I'm coming around on this issue.
Councillor Rowe.
I'm curious, I guess it's not necessarily the same thing, but just a comment from staff on maybe why not include it with project advertising and engagement as really the celebration piece. You are engaging with the community potentially. And just why those two would be separated out, just different departments, or the comment?
Sorry, this is under the communications manager.
Right, but there's two separate asks, right? One is for project celebrations, one's for project advertising and engagement. Sorry, page 95.
I wonder if Carrie Ann's there, if she wanted to talk about those two projects.
Certainly, through the chair. Can you hear me okay? So the idea behind the two separate line items was just for this reason. If council wanted to proceed with larger celebrations for some of these big projects like Hackett Park and make it sort of more similar to the airport celebration, then this is the type of budget we would need to be able to do that for approximately 5 to 7 of those projects, the bigger ones. If you want to go ahead with not having DJs and fire trucks, well, maybe the fire trucks would still come without an expense, but with that level of celebration, then we do still have budget for the advertising to make some of those announcements. However, that advertising budget is also intended for public engagement. So some of these projects will require a little bit more public engagement than we would normally budget for, and that is why we added that as a separate line item.
Thank you.
McLean.
Yeah, so I appreciate the approach that our acting communications manager is suggesting, and I appreciate what Councillor Rowe has suggested. I think my preferred path forward here is increasing this project advertising and engagement budget to perhaps $20,000 and leaving it in the capable hands of our communication department to figure out how to allocate that best to engage citizens. Sometimes an event is better. Sometimes a online thing is better. That's stuff that should be discretion of staff, I believe, and not council.
Mayor Seegers?
Yes, so we have a recommendation on the floor currently that we will need to vote on and do something with prior to moving something else forward.
So we have a recommendation to deny this. Okay, so should we have, is there a seconder for that? We have a seconder. Okay, so all in favor? Okay, deny. Okay, be denied. Yeah. Okay, so we have a make.
Sure, if you want to look at combining we're kind of still on the two, really, 93 and 95, if you wanted to combine them in a discussion.
Councillor McLean.
Yeah, so I just want to jump ahead to project advertising. We'll go back to casual support staff in a minute. Because I think these two items are related. So given that we don't have the money for project celebrations, we do know that there's going to be a lot of projects on the table and being completed in the next year. We have a proposal for $15,000 here. I support that, and I think it should be increased a little bit.
Mayor Sagers.
Thank you. So I'm just going to point you back to page 93. Page 93 was looking at an ongoing increase to base budget, right? So that would be 8,000 ongoing each year. So we'd have that in the budget. Page 95 is 15,000 one time, just with regards to our. So just, you know, we need to be clear about what is we're approving if we're approving something. Thanks.
Toth.
Thank you for pointing that out, Mayor Segers. I'd missed that. That's even better because it means that it can be revisited in 2023 by the next council. I mean, I know I didn't get myself elected to do ribbon cuttings and shovel turnings and stuff like that, so I'm perfectly fine not attending any of those, really, or at least not costing the taxpayer extra to have a ribbon cutting or shovel turning ceremony.
Mayor Segers.
Thank you. So on page 95, this is for project advertising and engagement. As part of a project, sorry, putting it in front of my camera, there is required engagement with the community, input, notifications, all of those sorts of things. So I think that's more of this type of, you know, it's like we're going to be doing WARF. Well, we needed to do engagement with the residents, you know, the businesses along Wharf. We have to advertise it. We have to let people know when there's going to be maybe closures of the road, all those sorts of things. That's what this is all about. So one time, and you're talking potentially 20,000 then? Is that what I'm hearing around the table?
Councillor McLean.
Yeah, I'd like to move a motion that the Committee of the Whole recommend that the following budget proposal be approved and incorporated into the 2022 budget. So that is project advertising and engagement for $20,000.
A second for that? Seconder, is there, okay, well, any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Passed, okay. Opposed?
Okay, on page 94, I believe this one, it wasn't in Lindsay's presentation, and I think we're recommending pulling this one on page 94.
Sorry, you're recommending pulling this one, did you say?
Yes, it wasn't an ask that was in Lindsay's presentation.
Okay, and Lindsay's there right now.
And, yep. Was I right with that one, Lindsay?
I apologize, Director Douglas. Can you tell me what the position is? I just don't have.
That's the casual support staff communications and admin.
94, page 94.
Page 94 of the.
Thank you. Yep, I have it now. That was faster. Yes, we, much like the casual for building, we thought that at the time that it was too much of an ask and that we could pull, like we were talking with Councillor McLean earlier about the downward help by having more admin assistant from the HR that didn't get passed. So yeah, we could add it. We certainly need administrative support. So it was just decided against based on the number of administrative assistant positions we were asking for in 2022. Thank you.
Councillor McLean?
Yeah, I'd kind of like to see where we land. So far, we haven't approved the HR assistant position, so that's one less in the admin department. So I'd kind of just like to move this one to the end of the process today and kind of see where we are once we have gone through everything, and maybe it's a good alternative if we don't approve some of these positions.
Okay, that's fair.
Have a vote on that, or? No. Okay, perfect.
Okay, on page 96 of the budget documentation, or page 99 of the agenda, needs assessment for cultural amenities in Sechelt. We heard from a delegation this morning, and yeah, we've put together a sheet that describes what we're looking for.
Comment, Mayor Seegers?
Sure, I'll move this. We'll see where it goes. I'll recommend that it be approved and incorporated into the 2022 budget and at $35,000 from taxation.
Is there a seconder for that? Any comments from council?
Thank you, Chair. I seconded it to put it on the floor because I think we need to have the conversation, and everything's worth putting on the floor. But I don't support this at this time. I haven't heard enough from the community or, you know, any sources of funding other than the Sechelt taxpayer. If this is something that's to benefit the whole Sunshine Coast, where's the rest of the Sunshine Coast? Yeah, so I'm going to leave it there.
Councillor McLean?
Yeah, similarly, I haven't seen the support from the public. My ideal case, if we were going to fund it, it would be a cost sharing with people who have donated to fund this. I haven't seen that come in. I haven't seen rallying around it. I asked the question, what's been done since 2010? And it sounds like there was one meeting held. So in order to support a community initiative like this, I need to see more of the community. So I welcome the community to continue organizing, and when I hear more, then we can move more.
Councillor Rowe?
This is something I dearly, dearly, dearly want to see happen and move forward, but I just can't support it based on Sechelt taxpayers paying for it. You know, it likely would land here. We likely would see the bulk of economic benefit, but not necessarily. If it's a big event, people are going to be staying up and down the coast and you know, driving to Pender for Mexican food and Gibson's to the ferry. So, you know, again, this is just one of those, it's a little bugbear. But either way, it's not a lot of money for groups to actually come up with at least part of it, make a case. And, you know, I know they're at first hand. I've raised that much money myself pretty easily. So I dearly, really would love to get involved with it and see it move forward, but not on the back of taxpayers. I just can't support it. Bring Mom.
Councillor Kuster?
Yes, I was just pretty much going to say the same thing. I think it's would be a great thing for the community. However, I don't think at this time it's something that I will support for taxpayers, especially when it could be up and down the coast. And we're looking to, you know, be tight with the budget this year. There's been a lot of things going on these last couple of years, and this is not something I'm going to support this year.
Any further comments? I know for myself, like I like to see the cultural events, but I think it'd be interesting to know how we can reach out to the public to get, proper feedback when you send out, when we request information from the public and we get 100 responses. It's very disappointing when you have a community of 10,000 plus people. And there's lots of things in our community, I think, that we need to have a look at to get responses back. And it's just, one of the things that is a bit of a pet peeve for me is our gardens and our parks department. The parks department does an awesome job. We just developed Field Road, or not Field Road, but Trail Avenue, and there's 18 new planters and 15 or 20 brand new trees underneath the power lines that, it's going to look awesome because we have a great parks department, but, that's another employee almost. So I think we have to reach out to the public and get a better understanding of what the public wants. So anyway, Councillor Scott.
I just want to acknowledge, in the delegation that we had today, Diana did say that it's very difficult to get matching funds for this first stage of it. So it's something that we need to consider and think about. I'm not saying I want to support this at this stage. This could be down the road, and unfortunately, maybe we can agree to disagree with her that it should be more public or private funding from the start in this. But I just think it needs to be said that she did say it was hard to do this first stage.
Mayor Singers?
Yeah, I have to say, over the last number of years, we've been looking for funding for this first stage, the needs assessment piece. And, as she said, there just isn't any. There's no grant money out there. There's grant money for feasibility to, prove out what works, what doesn't work, and capital funding to actually build a facility. But it's the first piece. And there isn't. There's just no grants anywhere for that. And we've been looking probably for about 4 years now and just not finding anything. As I said, the community did want to come together and put some money into this at the last meeting that we talked about, and then COVID hit, and the arts and culture sector just doesn't have the funds to be able to come forward, because even, just entertainers we're looking at wanting to contribute, they don't have the funds right now. It's been really tough on them in the last couple of years. So, could we find the funding? Yeah, probably could find it somewhere. It would take beating the bushes out there and see if somebody could. It wouldn't be a grant. It would have to be somebody in the community who would actually step up and potentially provide the funding. So I think the long-term project is something that's much needed here and will really support our growing community, into the future. And we need to get that first piece done. And we've been trying to find a way to make that happen. So if it doesn't get support here, we're going to have to find some other way to make it happen, because I think it's a very worthwhile project for the Sunshine Coast.
Councillor Toth.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think it's, definitely something we need, but I wonder if it's, something that could be funded through a community amenity contribution or something like that from a developer, or, somebody sells a house in West Vancouver and moves to the Sunshine Coast and happens to love the arts and they step forward. We have a lot of organizations here on the coast that do receive a lot of beneficiary dollars from people who have made good money with little work in the real estate business by virtue of, owning a property for 50 years. And I think there's a lot of opportunity for people like that to step forward with this if it's something that these people, people in this economic situation, let's say, want to see move forward. Like Councillor Rowe says, $35,000. She's fundraised that for something before. So
I can't believe there's not 35 people on the coast that wouldn't donate $1,000. We could work with a group to make, like we do with with, other organizations that don't have charitable status. There's lots of ways to, make it happen that don't involve one group of taxpayers. That's just the bottom line. Happy to have a conversation with anybody, but I totally understand it. I'm not necessarily talking about grant money. You know, this is your project, this is your long-term goal, this is the first thing we have to do. You put your $1,000 in now, and if it moves forward, guess what? You're the superstar on opening night, right? Like this is a community full of art-loving people. I just don't think it has to fall here, but incredibly worthwhile project.
Okay, so, all in favor? Opposed? Okay. So can we make a recommendation that, you know, that the delegation we had this morning, I'm not really too sure, but approach. Well, yeah, I'm just thinking about going out to, Councillor Scott?
Well, I think basically we need to move to abandon or deny it. So committee whole recommendation that the following budget proposal for the needs assessment, cultural needs assessment, be denied.
Just to clarify, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, my understanding of what's just occurred is that it was on, needs assessment for cultural amenities was on the floor to approve and incorporate, and that was voted against, so it was not carried. Now, there is a new motion that Councillor Scott has just put on the floor that I didn't hear if it was seconded, was a formal that the request be denied. Okay, so that's what we're, yeah.
Yeah, we have to decide on what we're going to do with it. So we're not going to approve it, but are we deferring it? Are we changing it? Are we denying it? Yeah, no. So now we need to vote.
okay, all in favor?
Okay, page 97 of the budget document, or page 100 of the agenda, Deputy Corporate Officer.
Councillor Toth.
Thank you, Chair. I think our Corporate Services Department has done a fantastic job of making the case for this position. And I am astonished that even though we're twice the size of Gibson's, they have one and we don't. So I'm happy to approve and incorporate this budget proposal into the 2022 budget to be funded from taxation.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion?
Only that in my mind, this is necessary and one of those things that should have been in place already. And I mean, I can't imagine if Joanne threw her hands in the air one day and said, "I'm done," what would happen? So So, I'm, this is, there's no question in my mind that this is a necessity. Happy to support.
McLean?
Yeah, one thing I look forward to if this is approved is governing more so through policy. This council hasn't adopted many policies, and I think we didn't even have a formal policy book until probably 2019 or somewhere in there. And that's something that we need to do as council is we set the policy and staff implements. Right now, we're stuck in a little bit of too much of the operations and making one-off decisions. So if we can set those more general policies, I think Sechelt can be much stronger in how our local government is run, and the citizens can expect what kind of services are provided. And I think that I'm hoping that this position will really help with that kind of thing.
Just on a side note that, speaking as somebody that was completely new to government, that would probably be a really helpful thing for the next fresh faces that come in.
Any further comments from council? Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor. All in favor? Okay. We're going to take a break. It's 2:45, so we'll be back here at 5 to 3. Gentlemen, we're ready for the last round here for today. Director Douglas, take us away.
Okay, on page 98 of the budget document, or 101 of the agenda. Hang on, I'm looking at one item here. Okay, so this is the administrative assistant for the inspection and bylaw department. I believe, just give me half a sec here. There's a number difference here from the summary to this page, and that's just this job is partly funded right now. So although the annual cost is $74,000 for this position, we're only looking for a lift of $41,000. Okay, to make this from a part-time position to full-time. So I just want to make that give council that information so they know it's not the full hit on the position. I know it says here that it's recommended funded from taxation, but this could also be funded from fee equalization for next year. It would be appropriate.
Councillor Toth.
Director Douglas totally preempted my question. So I'm glad to hear that it's something that could be funded from the fee equalization reserve, because I'd put a big question mark and said user fees, because it seemed like if it was a building inspection stuff, yeah, then it should be supported out of the building fees. So with that, I will move recommendation 1, that the following budget proposal be approved and incorporated into the 2022 budget. And that is building clerical and bylaw admin assistant to be funded from the equalization fee reserve.
Mayor Siggers.
I'll second that, but then I have a question. Given that this is requested as ongoing, how would that look ongoing with that funding source?
So ongoing, it wouldn't be that. It would be ongoing. It would be the 1 year, and then it would flow towards taxation.
So would that need to come back the following year for approval as taxation, or would we have to include that in our recommendation now?
Well, I guess if you include it in a recommendation now, that would work. That ongoing, it would be from taxation. I think it's just this year's number is the one that's going to be, you know, more problematic from a tax perspective. I know go forward, we have, say, $400,000 coming off for debt, you know, and so it would be easier to incorporate from taxation in the future. Half of it's already covered from taxation.
Councillor McLean.
I don't support the approach of funding it by the equalization reserve. I really want to get away from seeing budget impacts happen in years where decisions aren't made. So looking at this year, we have over $200,000 of increases that we have no control over because we made the decision last year. That's what this would be doing, is putting that tax load into the future year. I understand what Councillor Toth is trying to do and have it funded by fees. But at the end of the day, within each department, the fees reduce the general taxation. So it's one big account at the end of the day. So I don't think we can really do what is proposed unless we also have a mechanism to increase fees for increased service. And I think that's kind of what we're talking for short-term rental bylaw, which goes into the bylaw officer conversation, which is probably next year.
Councillor Toth.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd much rather see it funded from user fees in current budget year numbers. You know, building department, I think should be self-sufficient as much as possible. And to say that it, you know, reduces taxation, what have you, it doesn't entirely, because the surpluses go into the equalization reserve. You know, 2021's banner year is not being used to offset 2022's taxation. And so this is one way for us to do that. But I'm not interested in automatically rolling it into taxation next year. I'd like to have a more holistic view of where the user fees are at.
Are there any other questions with regards to this? Councillor McLean.
Not on the topic of funding, but I just wanted to check in with the Director of Planning real quickly. One question I forgot to ask earlier is the Chief Building Inspector still responsible for supervision over bylaw, or where does bylaw currently sit in the organizational structure?
It's an interesting mix. The Chief Building Official does assist me, but I am officially the bylaw manager. And Joanne Frank, as corporate officer, is the screening officer for ticket complaints.
Sounds like we need a director of admin, but that's a conversation for next year.
Do we have a recommendation on the floor? All in favor? Okay, opposed? 2 opposed? Yeah, do you want yours recorded?
No.
No, okay.
So do we need to take care of next year now then? Because we're actually putting in a position that says ongoing, but we've identified the source of funding for this year as utilization. Do we need a recommendation to fund this going forward from taxation?
To me, it's your comfort, right? It'll head towards taxation next year, likely.
Right, and your conversation was that next year we have a bunch of debt falling off, so we'll
Yes.
actually have additional funding available that taxation wouldn't necessarily need to go up to cover off this
Correct.
position.
Yeah.
Mr. Toth?
Thank you, Chair. Rather than it automatically being applied or funded through taxation, can we look at it next year, whether it should be transitioned to taxation or whether it should be transitioned to funded through user fees? Like, can we do that as one motion? Just bring it back to have another look at it again next year and how we want to fund it?
Sure, that would work.
I'm willing to make that recommendation.
Councillor McLean?
Yeah, just looking for clarification from the Director of Finance. What mechanism do we have for saying something is funded by user fees?
Well, it's, I would say that's like a general term, you know what I mean? Because your user fees are covering off a certain portion of your expenses, right? And to just identify one expense is a little bit awkward, but that's why I was, leaning towards taxation, because if you add 50 grand to the department, then next year, the difference between fees and expenses will be coming from taxation, right? So, it's hard to identify fees covering certain expenses versus it just contributes to all the expenses.
Mayor Sagers?
What you're saying is the user fees will go into the pot, and the rest of the pot will be made up of taxation, and then this will get funded out of that pot. So even if we say it's user fees, it still contributes to taxation
Yes.
at some point.
Yeah.
The net, right?
The
is
net,
tax.
you bet. Yeah.
Okay. So do we need to put something in as a recommendation? We're deciding this year it's going to be funded from equalization, but then next year it would automatically transition?
Yeah,
because
we
it's a full-time position.
we would, well, I guess next year we would come back and look at that differential, right? Like fees less expenses leaves a number. we would look at that number and decide then whether we wanted to drag some money out of fee equalization or just charge taxation.
Right, but that would be looking at the department. It wouldn't necessarily just be looking at this position.
That's correct. That's what I was saying. It's hard to identify like one expense
Right.
to be covered.
Yes.
Yeah.
Councillor McLean?
It was just a comment to, in reply to an earlier question about what mechanism we have to review. If council wanted to, you could pass a resolution that says that, you know, building permit fees or overall fees, planning development fees be reviewed in 2022. That would be one mechanism you would have.
Councillor McLean?
Yeah, so that's similar to what I was going to say, is that if we do want this to be funded by fees, we need to increase our fees. And that would be a much more clear motion. Give staff the direction that building inspection should be a zero-cost department, because they don't have that direction right now. Right now, we're looking at a $72,000 contribution from taxpayers, or a $72,000 deficit. So would you like to see building inspection ideally be that zero cost, and then we can balance it with equalization fees from year to year? Or should it be that net negative?
I suppose as a grander policy conversation, I think that the building inspection department should be self-funded from user fees. I recognize you've got valleys where, you know, development might crater in a particular year and you've got to mitigate that. But generally speaking, I don't agree with the general tax base paying for a building inspection department unless they're using it necessarily.
Any further comments?
Okay, move to the next item.
I just want to, you know, it's you know, Sechelt over, you know, we had 4 years where development was moving ahead fairly steadily. We had 4 or 5, maybe 6 years where development dropped off. And, yeah, I mean, we're definitely into a time right now where we're, you know, the building department definitely has a potential to have positive cash flow. And, I hate to go back to 2002 or 2009 when you had, you know, very little development being funding. You know, you'd end up with a, you know, fees that were up and down like a yo-yo. So, anyways, it's good. I think we're heading in the right direction here. So, anyways, we've got a motion on the floor. No?
No motion.
Okay. Next item then. Good. Let's go.
Okay, the next item is City Studio Sunshine Coast. This is a program that can be utilized between the district Sechelt Regional District and Town of Gibsons. It would utilize some university students for some regional planning initiatives, and I believe our portion of that would be $5,500.
I'll just give a few more details. This is a program that's running in Vancouver very successfully with Capilano University. Other universities do it as well. It's where you take students and they basically do practicums and programs in the community in their field, but something that assists local government or a business. In this case, it'd be local government. Usually they work with one municipality. This would be the first case where they would work with a region. So Regional District, District of Sechelt, Town of Gibsons would all contribute funds. The funds actually go to pay the the teacher who oversees the students in the projects. We would determine the projects, and the reason we would do it regionally is we would actually look at some of the data needs that are required for the regional growth strategy. So perhaps in their planning or their engineering, practicum or whatever their program, they would work with the instructor to design a program that they get credits for in their course, but we get the actual product that they're putting together, and we help determine that. So it would be managed by the regional district, but would benefit all of the governments on the Sunshine Coast. It would be ongoing. It depends. It depends. This would be up to us whether or not we want to. We have to evaluate it with them. It has to work on their side. Has to work for us. If it's not meeting our needs or not working well, then we don't have to continue. But it would potentially be ongoing if it works.
Councillor McLean.
Are we aware of the status of funding from the other local governments?
No, not at this point. So I would suggest at this point we probably refer it to staff for a follow-up with the other governments, because we have to it has to be all of us together.
I mean, this is the classic example, chicken or an egg. Who goes first? Who goes first? So I've seen us take that approach before, and I'm thinking maybe a more prudent approach to actually make this happen, if that is our wish, is to show the lead and approve it first, and then wait for the other local governments. So I wouldn't support the recommendation to refer it. I think we need to say yes or no.
Right, but probably yes, conditional on the others agreeing. Sure. I can make the motion. That we recommend that it be approved and incorporated into the 2022 budget, subject to confirmed funding from Town of Gibson's and the Sunshine Coast Regional District.
Seconder for that? Yep, okay. All in favor? Oh.
Okay, so my concern with this item is, are we willing to follow through with it? This could be considered typical. We do a study, and then we do nothing with the study. Furthermore, it's a study from students. So are we willing to say, yes, these are good ideas, we can follow through with it? Or do we play that wait and see game? So do we know there's going to be a return? Because we could spend this money on professional consultants, provide them more direction towards the issues that we have, and then I believe we would be more likely to implement the solutions that come forward rather than passing it to students, where we have less of a guarantee of what they have come back with.
That's a good question. I know it would be part of the way the program works is so the regional district would actually have to determine what kinds of results they're looking for, what kinds of projects they want taken on, what kind of results they're looking for, and then it's up to the teacher to make sure that works. Partway through, they actually have to come back and make sure that they're on track to providing what we're looking for, or have to have it, rejigged or different direction, so that in the end the results are meeting the needs that we've identified. So, I've never been involved in it. I've heard good things about it. Great things happening down Lower Mainland. Oh.
So I could speak from my personal experience. I haven't participated in this program, but I did participate in a similar program in Ontario, and we designed a pretty great program that went nowhere because it didn't have ownership. The local governments who we worked with said, okay, thanks for your time, have a nice day. I fear that's going to happen again.
Okay, so I can follow up at the regional district and find out. I know that it's falling under, what do they call him there? What is it, the manager? No, general manager of planning would be the one who would be overseeing this, because he's the one responsible for moving the regional growth strategy forward. So can have a conversation there and find out how he sees it moving forward.
Councillor Rowe? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'm just thinking, it seems like a pretty low risk for the amount of money that you'd be investing. I don't know how much, I mean, this is a practicum. I don't know how long your project lasted, but any of our practicums that we did were between 2 and 3 months. I'm not sure how much you'd get out of a consultant. I mean, I think the onus is going to be on the regional district to give, you know, what the deliverables, what they expect out of the project. And I wouldn't think that they would ask for something that they then wouldn't do anything with. So if it's around the regional growth strategy and they need some data mining done, then that still would be information that they would use within moving the growth strategy forward. I would hope, I would think. And if it's a regional project, I mean, personally, I'd like to see the work that would come out of it would support the regional growth strategy moving forward. So, yeah, I mean, I don't have any of the answers, but if they're having success in other municipalities and it is a program that's overseen by CAPU, you know, they're going to want to see it be successful as well. So I'm happy to support it, and I don't think it's too much of a risk. And I like anything that involves students actually locally in our community.
The recommendation I have on the floor at the moment is that the Committee of the Whole recommends City Studio Sunshine Coast be incorporated subject and approved subject to confirming funding from Town of Gibson's and Sunshine Coast Regional District.
Any further comments? Anybody? Okay, anybody all in favor? Okay. Opposed?
Okay, on page 100 or 103 of the agenda, procurement coordinator.
Councillor Toth?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not prepared to make a recommendation yet because I'd like to hear other members of council. I would be interested in knowing more about potential savings that this position could realize for the municipality. Like, we can't be the first jurisdiction to implement a procurement coordinator, and I'm sure somebody's tracked the deliverables from bringing in one of those positions where there hadn't been before. So I'd like to know, like, if we're talking about $84,000 a year, are we going to save $15,000 a year, or are we going to save like $300,000 a year? I'd like to know a little bit more about it before I support it.
Just making my notes here. Partly, yes. So, I mean, I think it's twofold. There will be potential savings if we get things out the door earlier in the year. But really, the overall thing is you get further along in projects, which is important for the community. You're also, you know, you're managing your risks a lot more too as well.
Councillor McLean?
Yeah, we can go to Beverly.
Thank you. I was just going to say too that it creates efficiencies, and then the actual procurement process is delivered consistently. Like right now, it is being distributed to all the different departments, so it's not a consistent program. So I think that would create efficiencies, and there's going to be some possible cost savings. I don't know if we can identify them as more. I think an efficient environment, not so much dollar for dollar savings.
Councillor McLean.
Okay, I'll try again. Thanks, Beverly. I want to reserve judgment on this one. I think we heard a pause when this was introduced because I'm not sure which way to go. I'm on the fence on this one. I would like to see that information, but I recognize we're also getting by with what we're doing currently. So I just need a little more time to sit on it personally, so I'm not ready to make a decision today, unfortunately.
Councillor Rowe? Oh. Okay. Director Kern?
Good afternoon, Chair. So let me just put the value proposition of a procurement officer or dedicated this way. I believe our carry forward list of projects shows over $18 million in carry forward projects. Now, I don't know what that reason is. Obviously, a lot of that was accumulated before I came here, but I think a part of the reason might be because we haven't been able to forward the procurement on some of these projects. And so with a procurement officer in place, I mean, your worship, you mentioned 300 pages to prepare an RFP earlier as one example. And so I think in terms of value to the taxpayer, we have to look at the opportunity cost of not moving forward with those committed projects, over $18 million worth. And we'll show this in our capital budget presentation. So if we can even cut that down in half and get the carry forwards down to 10 or 8, I think that's a huge benefit to the community. And I think a procurement officer would assist greatly in moving those capital projects forward.
Mayor Siggers?
Thank you. I know that some of our staff have some expertise in this area, but it's not their full-time job. They do it off the side of their desk. And then we have executive administrators, for example, who are sometimes putting some of these smaller projects, mind you, putting them together and putting them out to tender. We don't have somebody whose expertise is putting these together and getting us the best value. So I think it actually in the end will save us money and free up the resources that are currently in the district doing this, spending more time because they don't really know how to do it or do it infrequently. I mean, we all know what the cost of having projects sit by the wayside. I mean, look at the rising costs of construction over the last number of years. We need to get projects moving. We received a lot of grant money. It's time we get that spent and we see the projects showing up in the district.
Councillor McLean?
Yeah, the mayor brings up a good point about our executive assistants working on procurement, because that reminds me of another point that I have noticed is that grant writing at the District of Sechelt tends to be quite distributed, and whoever has time writes the grants. Would this position be able to help with that issue? Is that a skill set that a typical procurement officer would have, is putting together some of these grants that may come up?
Good question. I'm not sure I can answer that today, but it would free up some of the admin's assistants to help with grant applications more so if they were doing procurement. So it creates efficiencies not only in the projects, but also in other things that we can handle.
Councillor Rowe?
Question for staff. The I assume that we outsource, some of the procurement for some of the bigger projects outside of to a consultant or?
We do use consultants, engineering consultants, or with the ops building, we have a consultant that's involved there.
So I guess my question is, having this position, would it negate the need to do some of that? And if so, what is the cost of outsourcing it?
I'm not
generally?
so sure. I'll let Director Dillon talk to that in a minute, but what it really does is it creates internal efficiencies more than
that.
having to rely on external. Like, I'm not sure there's any one person in our staff that could you would want to have managing the ops center all by themselves without a consultant. That's a awfully big project and very complicated. However, there's other projects that we can do without any, the medium to smaller ones. So I don't think it would negate us deciding not to go to a consultant or not on the projects that we normally would.
Yeah.
Through your worship, a few thoughts here. One, Councillor McLean asked a question about grant writing. So if this position were available, it would free up the time taken by our current engineering staff and project managers, their time to write RFPs and put together documents to write more grant applications. So maybe necessarily the procurement person wouldn't be writing those, but it would free up the time of others to pursue those. So that's that point. And then in terms of would we need external consultants? We would probably still need them for the more complicated, but whereas if we spend, say, $100,000 on a consultant to do a scope of services, maybe we could only spend 70 or 50,000 because the procurement aspect of it will be taking on more of. So it might reduce the value of some of those contractors to have them on board. And there's specialized documents, like, for example, the CCDC construction documents for vertical builds. Nobody had experience on that in the District of Sechelt. When I raised the question, people asked, what's CCDC? That's something I know about just from my past experience. And so we have a procurement officer with experience in those types of documents, and we'll need them for stuff like the daycare. If we want to go ahead with the daycare project, we'll need a separate set of documents than what we use for building roads. For roads, we use MMCD. So there's a lot of, it's a specialized area with training required. And the other thing too is a procurement officer, they usually come with a lot of case history, a lot of knowledge about the legalities of what you're doing with procurement. So it might also have the benefit of us having to run less often to legal counsel to get advice on things. Because a lawyer, they're, I don't know, 300, I have no idea what they are, but they're expensive, right? And so a procurement officer that has that experience that can answer those questions in-house would probably save on those costs as well.
Okay, so what is CCDC?
Canadian Construction Documents, I believe.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bev, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to also mention, along with Director Dillon was saying, we have a $10,000 budget, small budget for consultants as well, for small procurements that we could reach out to if we had, we needed additional assistance. So that wouldn't be required. And again, too, and he was saying that in situations where we are leaning 100% on our consultants for larger projects, we would probably have a lot of those things would be done in-house with our own expertise.
Okay, so this is to Director Douglas. So when the HR manager presented this morning, it was a procurement officer, and on the budget sheet here, the budget request is a procurement coordinator. What are we looking for? Or does
So-
the title matter?
So in doing some research on procurement, we kind of saw three different avenues. One was like, a procurement administrator, which would, in our eyes, was kind of like a lower level, just above an AA type of thing that had some technical ability. The next level was a procurement coordinator that had education and experience with the whole procurement system, where they would take on right from RFP to filing into on-base. And then the third one would be like a procurement officer, where they may only do more of the top end of RFP prep and push it out, and then somebody else like the AAs or the experts who are running the jobs would then take it on from there. And from Bev and I's discussion, we decided that the procurement coordinator was the one that made the most sense for us because of the wide range of abilities that we are looking for. We want this person to kind of take it A to Z, including filing, where I don't think your officer would do that. And so, we would be looking for, a fairly high trained person that has the ability to do the whole thing.
Mayor Sigurs.
Okay, so I look to council. Is there additional information that is still required in order to make a decision at this point? Do we need to ask for more information, or are we ready to move forward?
Well, I sort of see this hand in hand with infrastructure and all the grants that we've received. And I mean, the fact of the matter is, sorry to say, that this whole area been ignored for a long time, and that's just the way it is, from asset management to what we're talking about today. And I think that the more we can do to get a handle on the situation, the better. And I think we have to look at, if you're looking at $10 million worth of grants, that just doesn't automatically, the words don't pop off the paper and get into the ground. And so we have to support that process as well, or we're going to have grants sitting there and be on a timeline that we're going to lose them if we don't get them in the ground. So, I sort of look at that $10 million, just using that as an example, is not necessarily a gift, but it's money that we don't have to rely on development and taxpayers for. And maybe one day we can move to being more proactive and not just having to deal with emergencies. So why am I talking so much? Because I think this position would actually help this. And I would rather see somebody working within the District of Sechelt, living on the Sunshine Coast and contributing to our community, becoming a part of the staff team here. I think we've done a great job in making the District of Sechelt somewhere that people want to work. And I think this position can go a long way in supporting the work that we've already done. As much as I actually don't enjoy the thought of it costing the taxpayers any more money, I don't need any more information personally, and I will am happy to move that we approve and incorporate it into the 2022 budget at this time.
Seconded? Questions? Comments?
Thank you, Chair. I guess I struggle with this one, in sort of the same way that I struggled with the HR assistant. We have made changes to the department. We have made additions to the department. You know, we've got a project manager in place now. He's literally just here, or they're literally just here. You know, I'd like to see where we can get with the increased capacity that we do have, that we have asked the taxpayers for. And, you know, revisit this in 2023, perhaps after we get a year of, you know, the staffing, results. But that's just my perspective, I think.
Mayor Siggers?
So the new staff that are hired are actually to manage the project after we've done the procurement. So we have a lot of procurement that needs to happen to keep them working. So I'd like to get this person in and getting these other projects moving forward.
Councillor McLean.
Yeah, I'm still on the fence, but I think the approach I'm going to take right now is voting for it today. And this is not a final decision, but I think I'm working towards a yes in my mind. To respond to Councillor Toth, and I don't believe we have made any major changes in the finance department, because at the end of the day, this is a finance responsibility. And what I'm hearing is that it would create, take the load off a lot of the people in finance, as well as this opportunity to take the load off other people around engineering, you know, other procurements, IT even. So I think there are very few opportunities to see a return on investment in municipalities. This is one of the rare ones. There is a potential to see this money come back through savings in our procurement processes. And even if we don't have that, we do have specialized people working on specialized things and not general people working on specialized things. So I think either way, we're in a better position by having this. So I'm going to vote in favor today.
Councillor Rowe.
I just want to add that I don't think you can underestimate any time that you can decrease the risk of needing to involve lawyers. And as we start to, you know, have such great large projects that are really going to benefit this community, I think the more we can lower the risk of that happening, the better, because that's just also not only, you know, could potentially cost us money, but whole projects up as well. And I just think there are a lot of opportunities to support the team with this position and really be able to see some efficiencies and some return, as Councillor McLean just pointed out.
Any further comments? Yeah, and so just one thing here is this is not the final go around on this, so we can still have a vote on it and change our decisions.
At this point, the motion that's on the floor is to approve it and incorporate it into the budget. So then it would not come back. At council.
So, anyways, all in favor? Okay, opposed? Opposed. Passes.
I would like that recorded, please.
Recorded as opposed.
Okay, moving on to page 101 of the budget document, or page 104 of the agenda, gathering space design.
I'm getting a look from down the table.
Councillor McLean?
Yeah, sure, I guess. I love this idea. It's, I think it's something that we need to keep on our radar, but I don't think it's something we should be tackling right now. I really want this budget to be focused on our core infrastructure needs. And this, I understand why this isn't operating, but it's approaching capital, and it's not that core infrastructure. So my preferred approach right now would be defer to a future year. Somewhere in there.
Councillor Toth?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think this is another one of those ones that might be well suited to a broader community initiative or amenity contributions or something else. $60,000 out of taxation for a gathering space design is a lot of money, I think, when we're looking at the increases that we've already approved today.
Oh, Councillor Scott?
I agree. This it's not a project that we need to look at right now. I actually disagree with Councillor Toth on his thoughts on it becoming a community amenity contribution. I think those contributions need to go towards things like housing or other items, daycare, not this. So if you're looking for a deferral, I'll move to that the committee of the whole recommend that the following budget process be deferred to the 2023 budget year. And it can be revisited then if we get a windfall somewhere.
Is there a seconder? Okay, we've got it seconded. All in favor? Here we go. Okay. Mayor Sigurd?
Thank you. I think this is something that, yes, we need to keep on our radar. There is a lot of space out here. We're running into difficulties, and we'll have more issues with the farmers market being on the road out here. So there is some community work that needs to happen going forward. So thank you for keeping it on the radar.
Okay, the next item is page 102, the provisional budget, or 105 of the agenda. This is the annual contribution to affordable housing. It's $75,000 or 0.75 of a tax increase for a transfer into a affordable housing reserve.
Okay. Mine? I wonder where it came from. Yeah. Well, anyways, I'll just, I didn't bring this forward, I guess, and the situation is, I believe that, we were moving forward and there was very little money in the Affordable Housing Fund. And from what we could see at the time, there wasn't going to be a whole bunch more coming in. So somehow we had to move forward and achieve a large quantity of money someplace that would be usable. So anyways, that was what the situation was there, was trying to put $75,000 along with any of the contributions that came from development in the community. So, Councillor McLean.
Yeah, I'd like to speak in favor of this. I think it's time that the District of Sechelt accelerate our efforts towards creating more affordable housing. Our Affordable Housing Fund isn't building fast enough. And I recognize the concern that if we rely fully on development at the levels that this council has approved, we are not going to be able to do anything significant in the next 10 years. So what this does is provides those funds from the general population, and it helps accelerate the development of this fund so we can take action and address this critical need in our community. So I'd like to move a motion that the Committee of the Whole recommend that the following budget be approved and incorporated into the 2022 budget, and that is the annual contribution to affordable housing for $75,000 funded from general taxation.
Seconder, it's seconded. Any comments from council? All in favor? I guess. Any opposed?
Okay, the next item is page 103 of the budget document, or 106 of the agenda. It is information technology for GIS asset management infrastructure enhancements. Nothing specific here. We've hired a GIS asset management technician, and we expect that there to be some modifications to either the software or other stuff that we're going to need, whether it be hardware or process, implementations that we may want to implement. So.
Councillor McLean.
So just to be clear, that this fund is not for infrastructure. So for example, it is not, if the GIS analyst identifies that we need to pave a road, this money is not that.
No, it's not that.
Mayor Segers.
So you're saying is we're hiring this technician starting soon? Month.
He's here already.
Oh, is this okay? So,
Yeah, he's been here 3 weeks.
3 weeks or something. We haven't. Yeah, I've met him. I think everybody else has been straight. So you're saying we've hired this person, and we want to make sure that we can give them the tools that they need to do their job?
Correct.
Okay.
And right now they're unspecified.
Yeah.
We have our GIS and we have other softwares, but we may want to get a tag on software that can report out some of the information. We're leaving it up to that come through as a recommendation from the technician.
Okay, I'll move this be approved and incorporated into the 2022 budget. Thank you.
For a seconder for that? Oh, yes, second. Sir Todd.
Thank you. I have a little bit of problem with a $25,000 slush fund for something. I guess I'd like to know more about how $25,000 was arrived at. Is 10 sufficient? Yeah, just not enough information here for me to support it. Thank you. I do recognize they need something, but I just don't know that $25,000 is it.
Councillor Scott.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know if I'd move to approve this, but I might, we know the technicians just started and our budget process is just getting started. I don't see any reason why we can't send this back to staff and give the fellow another 6 weeks to sit down and look at what he actually needs and then come back to us with a proper number rather than an arbitrary number and a business case for what he wants.
Director Dillon.
Thank you, Chair. So a few things there. So I think it's a mischaracterization to call it a slush fund. These are actual, this is money set aside so that we can get the software we need to up our asset management and do the condition assessments of our infrastructure. How we arrived at these numbers were prior the past IT manager, Bev, solicited RFPs for add-ons such as Asset Optimizer. And what Asset Optimizer does is it takes all our condition assessment data and it develops heat maps of where we would do capital projects. So we can group projects so that we're doing the roads and the sewer and other infrastructure so that we're getting the biggest bang for our buck when we do a capital project. So if we don't have that, we could end up replacing road, and then 10 years later, the sanitary sewers have failed. And so then we go back and we have to rip the road up and then replace the sanitary sewer. So the purpose of this is to get the district at a place where we're spending every dollar on infrastructure as efficiently as possible. And we had proposals, so the numbers were developed on those proposals. And with my experience, before I left and came here, I had implemented some of these asset optimizer tools in Vernon as well. So, but the idea was that we would let the asset management GIS technician come here, see what we have, and see how we wanted to roll that out. So that's some of the context behind it. Now we can put this off if council so desires. It's just setting back our plan to do condition assessments and to optimize how we spend our money on infrastructure funds. So that's the reason for it, and that's the background behind that.
Blaine?
So this council has identified that asset management is a priority. We have hired somebody to work on that. So what I see this tool being is ensuring that this person can be effective in that role, and they don't need to come back and do another budget request. So they're not sitting for a year waiting for the software. So it's trying to be proactive. I think the issue I have is we don't have that kind of clarity. So as council, we don't have that clarity. But I think our staff may have more clarity. So two different approaches that I might like to see for this budget. One is put this the same amount inside the engineering department and let the engineering department determine what the best use for it is. So they can say, yes, asset management's a priority, we need the software. Or they can look at it and say, hey, maybe we need some project management software, or maybe we need something like this. The alternative is put it within IT, and then the IT department can look at the needs of the organization and prioritize that. But I think for council to designate this at this time, that it should all be going to GIS and asset management might be a bit premature.
Yeah, just there's a little bit of history. All software programs are budgeted through IT. So like the annual, the license agreements and stuff are all budgeted within finance or within IT. So that's why it came through as an IT. The decision wouldn't be IT's, the decision would be GIS, asset management. It's a way that one person can manage and make sure all the license fees are all captured appropriately.
Mayor Siggers?
We have a recommendation on the floor. So what I'd like to suggest is that we vote down the recommendation that's on the floor and instead request that staff come forward with some further information so that there's some certainty on council as to what this is going to be supporting.
So
I agree. Just based on what was on the sheet here, there's nothing really like what Director Dillon explained. So put some clarity behind it, and I don't see any reason why we wouldn't support it.
Well, through your chair, if I may, like one more example of how we would use this money. So through my channels, I was aware that there's an automated AI software that will take camera inspection videos and actually go through it and come up with all the condition ratings for pipes Now, usually that's a task that takes a individual technician hours to do by looking at video manually. So if there's a tool like that, that would cost us some 5,000 to purchase, for example, it would save a equally amount of time and staff time to, rather than going through those pipe runs individually, and they can move on from maybe the sanitary condition assessments to roads or parks or something. So it's just getting the biggest bang for our buck with what we have. And so and I guess we could have, the other approach was I was considering presenting this as part of the capital, but it was thought that it would be better presented here. But that's just one example. So if council desires, we can come back with a listing of how we would use this. We could attach the previous proposals that were requested by IT on this and present that information. But that's more context for you.
So there's a recommendation on the floor right now. So all in favor?
Yeah, the recommendation on the floor is that it be approved and incorporated into the 2022 budget.
Once again, all in favor? Opposed? Okay.
So I'd like to make another recommendation that this budget proposal be referred to a subsequent committee meeting with a report with additional information regarding what this would be used for or something. More clarity from staff on the budget request.
There's a seconder. Oh, that's off.
Thank you. Director Dillon, you made a fantastic case for it here verbally today. But at the start of this meeting, all we had was the sheet here in front of us. All the community has is the sheet in front of them that they've downloaded off the internet or that our staff have printed off for them. So, if we see more information, happy to support it. Just I'm not able to support it today. So, yeah.
So
I think we're done.
I think we'd like to stop here, if that's okay with staff, and come back and continue on tomorrow. That works?
No more unicorns for today?
No.
So,
we can recess till tomorrow. Different meeting?
Yeah, the correct thing to do would be to just adjourn the meeting, but understand we're going to carry on from where we left off. And if you wanted to pass that resolution, you could, but it's certainly not necessary. We can just carry on. But it would be preferable to adjourn it because tomorrow is a separate legally constituted committee of the whole meeting.
So a motion to adjourn the meeting is seconded. All in favor? There we go. Okay, we are